Good Monday morning. The time now is 7 o'clock. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. We're so glad that you are joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We have some really great interviews lined up for you today. I know a live interview at 8:45. We are speaking with our friends at the Overton Park Shell. Yeah, we're already looking ahead to the weekend where they have some really exciting things lined up so you can hear some really great music. This is a music city, so we're always trying to see where we can find the noise. And that's at the Overton Park Shell as they continue their Shell on Wheels series. And if you haven't been to one, now is the time to go as we end the summer months. Again, that live interview is scheduled for 8:45. So we hope that you will join us then for that interview. And of course, we have all the latest and greatest interviews right here on the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to take you outside this morning, a live look over Midtown Memphis. We have to note today is a first alert weather day. That is because of the extreme heat. First alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's in studio this morning tracking that for us, and we're going to have that forecast for you. So a lot of things lined up for you today on the Action News 5 digital desk. Remember, we go each and every day, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11. We're going to take a 60-second break, and when we come back, we're going to get things rolling on the Action News 5 digital desk. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is something that you are going to see later this month. This is a show that is set to be in Memphis. The TV show set is in Memphis, and it is called The Rainmaker. And you will very much recognize that title because it's the title of a best-selling novel by John Grisham. And it was a movie in 1997, a very successful one at that. It is now going to be a TV show debuting on USA Network. And I'm happy on the Action News 5 digital desk to be joined by a couple of the stars of this show, Milo Canahan and Lana Parrilla, joining us on the digital desk to talk a little bit more about this show. Good morning to you both. How are things?
Morning.
Wonderful. Good morning.
So talk to me about this show. It means a lot to us here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We know Memphis is almost a character in of itself. John Grisham from this area and best-selling novel. It's been a movie and certainly a very successful read for so many out there. Tell me about the TV show specifically. Lana, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, this is our modern take on The Rainmaker. However, the story begins with a young attorney named Rudy Baylor, played by Milo Callahan, who, fresh out of law school, gets fired by this big-wig powerhouse firm and seeks refuge at my firm, really law office, that's a bit rough around the edges and ran out of an old taco hut, and everything ensues from there.
It sounds great. Milo, over to you. Tell me about filming this, knowing the history of it, and it being a movie, a very successful book as well. How do you approach that when you're acting in a TV show about this Rainmaker?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we had the privilege of such an iconic IP, and we stand on the shoulders of giants, really. Between Grisham and Coppola's film with Matt Damon and Danny DeVito, there's a huge, rich history that we wanted to pay attention to and honor. And I think Michael did. And the scripts, Michael and Jason wrote incredibly tight, really beautiful stories in every episode that really capture the heart of the novel. But we also take it further, and we play with some of the characters. We expand some of the characters. There'll be new characters that hopefully people will come to know and love. And we're excited for everyone to see it.
So we understand it's going to be on USA Network, and then it's going to be streaming on Peacock as well. How do you want the audience to interpret what both of you have done and what the whole set and the TV show is about? Lana, let's start with you.
I just want them to enjoy the ride. Honestly, there's a character for everyone who watches this series. You know, someone to relate to, someone to fall in love with. Even the people that you want to hate, you love. The stories are heartfelt. You know, there's action, there's thriller, there's suspense, there's levity, there's romance, there's grit. It goes on and on and on. It really encompasses everything. It's just a fun ride, and for those John Grisham fans out there, I think you're really going to love this 10-hour series. It's different than the film. It's slightly different than the novel, but it definitely has the best of both in it. So I think you're going to love it.
Milo, was there anything that surprised you when filming this? You know, the Rainmaker's been around for a while, but sometimes during the filming of things, it can surprise various actors on set. Anything surprise you?
I mean, every day was a privilege coming into work, and I got to work with such an incredible cast, and you know, they surprise me every day. I think, like Lana said, these characters are Grisham writes the most soulful, iconic characters, and these are fresh takes on them. And people who've read the novel will discover something new, and also something that feels quite warm and comfortable. I feel like it's, you know, it's like, for me, having read the novel, it was a privilege to spend that time with Rudy and Deck again, and Bruiser and the whole crew, and everyone brought something every day that was surprising. I will say that we have Dan Fogler, who's quite a well-known, fantastic actor, embodies somebody who you might not expect and maybe didn't meet in the book and the film, and I feel like he'll be a surprise for people.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So let me ask you this, because I know it was filmed in Ireland, and but a lot of people here in Memphis and the Mid-South, we know the story very well. We know John Grisham and the kind of novels that he's done in the past. Anything you want to say to people in the Memphis area, you know, for the debut of this new TV show?
I would say, you know, the topography is going to be maybe slightly different, but you know, we filmed it in such a way where you won't even know. You won't be able to tell where we are, but you'll know it's a familiar place.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to mention before we let you go here?
You know, just to say that I feel like we were literally just sat chatting then, and this felt, when we were doing it, like a really special adventure and journey to go on with these characters. And you know, we got Grisham's seal of approval. John was very kind about the show, which was you know, we were elated to hear. And I really think that people are going to enjoy it, and I think you should tune in on Friday. USA Network.
Yes, and on Peacock
The next day.
The next day.
Awesome. Okay, Lana Parrilla and Milo Callahan, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks for spending a few minutes talking with us about this show, The Rainmaker. Good luck with everything, and congratulations on your career so far. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Olivia Wall joining us at Memphis Botanic Garden to talk about the events that are happening each and every month, it seems. Every few weeks, Olivia, you guys have something great going on. What's going on these days? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having us. We could not be more thrilled to continue our summer events. Right now, I'm standing in our Radiance Amphitheater right next to our concert lawn as we count down the days until we have 3 back-to-back concerts. So we kick off Darius Rucker on August 23rd.
That is awesome. I remember seeing Darius Rucker there at the Botanic Garden a few years back. He always puts on a great show.
He does. Just a tremendous show every single time. We love having him back. We love having him here. He's definitely a fan favorite. And then, after that, we go straight into ZZ Top September 6th. And as we announced recently, we have the Isley Brothers joining us on September 19th, which is sure to be a fantastic night out.
No question about it. Tell me how the concert series has been going so far this year.
Well, we had a little bit of a hiccup when Steve Miller Band canceled their tour, but we could not be happier to pivot and secure the Isley Brothers to come and close out our 25th season. It's a huge deal for us, and we could not be more excited.
How about the concerts that have already happened? Well attended, all that good stuff?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been a little warm, so if we could get, the weather to cool down a little bit, that'd be ideal. But we kicked off with Third Eye Blind, which is just a wonderful evening out. And then we went into Parker McCollum, which is also a fantastic show. If you have never heard of Parker, please look him up. He has some really great country hits.
That's great news. Olivia, tell us how we can get tickets and what the tickets are.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got plenty of lawn tickets still available. Those are available via Ticketmaster.com. They start at $70 plus fees, but keep in mind, you can bring your own coolers. You can bring your own picnic. We encourage that. We want you to come and make an evening of it. We want you to bring your blankets and your chairs and spread out on our lush lawn and just really make an evening of it.
That's fantastic. It's something that's so much fun that everybody should do at some point, at least once a summer, perhaps more than that. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Olivia? This sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff going on at the garden. Follow us on social media. Check out our website, membg.org. We are constantly having things happening. We've got a bunch of 21 plus evenings coming up. We've got kids drop in every month. We've got so much things happening here, and you can find all of that on our website and social media.
You got the big backyard coming up as well. I know that for sure. And yeah, you're right. Just so many different things happening in the 96 acres of beauty at Memphis Botanic Garden. Olivia Wall joining us on the digital desk. Olivia, thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I have an incredible, I got to tell you something that's happening. We know that the football season's rapidly approaching. We got the NFL, we got the college football season. A lot of people anticipating that, but locally here in Memphis and the Mid-South, high school football is a big deal. We know that, okay? And this morning on the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to tell somebody about our local high school football season. I am doing something on the fly here because Something is not wired properly, but it will be momentarily. So, as I was saying, college football is certainly no joke here in Memphis and the Mid-South. And the town of Collierville is doing something extraordinary this year. It's almost like a college game day that they are experiencing August 23rd for the first home football game. They're going to have all kinds of fans. They're going to have tailgating, lots of entertainment on a stage. And joining me now to talk about the fanfare and this experience called the Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff, Greg Hollenbeck, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Greg, tell me about this. How did this idea, first off, come about? It sounds amazing. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, it's actually very exciting. And how it came about really is just because we're trying to think of a way to make Collierville more with that college football atmosphere like you were talking about. And so we said, well, we got to move a game to a Saturday because Friday night is really hard for people to tailgate, getting off work and all that stuff. But a Saturday, we could do it. The problem is, as you said, college football is huge in the South, and we conflict with that. Everybody wants to stay home and watch their college teams. So this game will actually be the Saturday before college football season starts. So we're expecting a huge crowd. We want everybody out there. We're going to have a live broadcast on YouTube, kind of like that game day atmosphere. And also we're going to have live music coming in from Nashville on a big stage. We'll have a kids zone with bounce houses and lots of food trucks. We're going to have fireworks. It's going to be fun for every family member. And we want the whole town of Collierville there and anybody that wants to come out and see what Collierville football is about.
I love it, Greg. I love it. And so, you know, I was just showing the flyer with this here, and it looks amazing. So you have everything right here on this flyer. I mean, this is Collierville versus East Nashville. This is Saturday, August 23rd, high noon there, and food trucks, games for everybody, live performances, the Dragon Walk with the team, and the big game. I mean, this is modeled after a big noon kickoff or college game day, something to that effect, isn't it?
Yeah, something to that effect. We can't exactly call it what they call it, but we love the atmosphere of both the shows, and that's what we want to do. And like we said, making it that college atmosphere, not just for the fans, but also these players. You know, a lot of these players, most high school players aren't going to go play college football, so this is their chance to experience what it's like to be in that college environment.
You know, more and more you see the college game becoming more like the pros, and you see the high school game becoming more like a college. And here we are tailgating, having this kind of pregame fun and live music, entertainment on a stage. But, you know, this is something that I think has been in the works for a while. You see it just kind of gradually getting more enjoyable for everybody out there, right?
Yes, and we try to be innovative from the beginning with just how we add our intro when the team comes out with fireworks and the smoke, and sometimes we go lights out with the hype video and the jumbotron. All that is college atmosphere, and we want to show. So, like I said, the team's coming in from Nashville. Let's show Nashville and the rest of the state of Tennessee how we do football in West Tennessee.
I love it. I love it. And so this is a picture right here of this is explain what this is to our viewers. This is them coming out of the tunnel, the team, right?
Yeah. So that's them as we run out, to music, and we have the cryo smoke shooting out as they run out, and fireworks shooting up in the air as they run out. And like we said, this is the same stuff you'll see at University of Memphis, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State. And we're trying to put that environment right here in high school football.
Sounds fantastic. So, again, this is Saturday, August 23rd. Noon is the time on the schedule. What time is the actual game?
The actual game's at 6 o'clock. And obviously, the whole day is going to be huge. But we want people to come to the game, too. That's the main thing. We're going to have a really good team this year. We got a heavy senior class. We're loaded with talent on offense and defense. Joe Riccone, the head coach, has been there a while. This is where he played high school football, and he's got this team in a good place. I was at practice yesterday. They're looking really good. We look fast, and so we're hoping to make a good run in the state this year.
Fantastic, Greg. This sounds fantastic. And again, this is open to everybody in the town of Collierville and beyond. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yes.
Did you?
Nothing really.
Did you
Just
catch that?
please come out and enjoy it. And like you said, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say anything else before we let you go, Greg.
Oh yeah. So I'll just say, like you said, everybody's welcome to come out. We want to show you what Collierville football is about and how we're doing football in West Tennessee, and what a good program Coach Ricconi's putting together there. So come out. It's going to be lots of fun for the kids, the whole family, and to watch some really good high school football.
Fantastic. All right. Greg Hollenbach, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about big Saturday kickoff in the town of Collierville, August 23rd. Festivities begin at noon with the game at 6 o'clock. Greg, thank you so much for coming on, and good luck on an amazing season ahead. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. We'll see you Saturday, August 23rd.
You got it, Greg. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've been talking a lot about that traffic accident. We'll continue to follow that here on the Digital Desk. But right now, I want to talk about Healthier 901 Fest. This is coming back once again to Shelby Farms Park at the end of the month, August 30th. And joining me now to talk more about it is our friend Michael Ugwicki, the CEO of Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, joining us on the Digital Desk. Michael, good morning to you. First off, tell us about Healthier 901 Fest. I know a lot of people were there last year. This is the third annual, but some people might not have heard about this and some of the main topics, the main reasons why you guys are doing this. Good morning to you. Tell us about it.
Good morning, Andrew. It's always good to see you, and thanks for having me this morning. Yes, I am really excited about the Healthier 901 Fest coming up August 30th. As you said, this is our third year of this event. By the way, it is free, plenty of parking spaces there, and it's weekend before Labor Holiday. So I want to encourage everyone to come and participate as part of this festival. It is the one festival that is dedicated to just health and health alone. So the vendors, the events, activities all around that day start from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be all dedicated to health. So we started this, Andrew, 3 years ago, primarily to address the issues of obesity, cancer, cardiovascular diseases in our community. As you know, we do community health needs assessment every 3 years. The last one we did actually showed that we were one of the cities or one of the towns in our country that have high incidence of obesity, heart disease, and cancer. So we wanted to address it at the root cause, which is really trying to watch what we eat and exercise more. I know it's hard, it's not easy, but this is one way to really make it fun. So we encourage everyone to download the app, Healthier 901 app, go to the App Store, begin to put your data in there so you can actually track how you're doing. We send them feedbacks to provide you additional information on what to do to continue to stay healthy. Engage your members of your community, whether they're co-workers, church members, friends, and challenge them. I am really excited about this event coming up, Andrew. We have seen some progress. Over 13,000 members of our community have signed up on the app. In fact, we've seen almost 277 million calories burned over the 2-3 years that we've been doing this. And people have walked over 1 million miles, in addition to really taking more than 2 billion steps. So these are all, improvements in people's health, and that's what this is about. Again, we couldn't do this without the partnership, as you well know. You guys are our first partner in this. I appreciate that, and I want to thank you guys for that. Kroger, Nike, as well as Cigna are all our partners, including YMCA. So really excited about this.
Yeah, no question. And just for everyone's familiar, once again, I want to reiterate, Michael, what you mentioned earlier, and that this is Labor Day weekend, okay? So this is the Saturday before Labor Day, August 30th, from 10 to 2 at Shelby Farms Park. All kinds of fun things to do there, fitness, food, music, giveaways, that sort of thing. And it's, as you mentioned, it's completely free. So do people need to sign up to register? How is it going to work?
So show up, bring your family members, come one, come all, as they say, bring your dog if you can. This is a fun-filled event. There is no registration required. We just want people to come out, socialize, meet their neighbors and friends, and talk about how they can work together to get healthier. That's what this is about. So it is powered by Methodist because we truly believe in improving every life that we touch. And that's one of the ways that we get out in the community to help our community members stay healthier.
Fantastic, Michael. And I know that this was started with the goal in mind to have Memphis and the Mid-South collectively lose 1 million pounds. How are we in reaching that goal?
It is, we're not there yet, of course. When we set that goal for 1 million pounds lost 3 years ago, we knew that it was a very tough goal, but you got to start somewhere. I think a wise person once said, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one single step. So we put that goal out there to encourage people to really reach deep and work harder so we can get down to a healthier community. So it's a journey. It's not a destination. So we know that, and we're excited that our members of our community are rising to that occasion.
All right, Michael Ugwicki joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about Healthier 901 Fest at Shelby Farms Park, Saturday, August 30th from 10 to 2, completely free. Lots of fun, lots of fitness, food, and great times for the whole family. We appreciate your time, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. To the Action News 5 digital desk. If you're new to Memphis, if you've been in Memphis several years, perhaps you're a lifelong Memphian. You're always looking for things to do, places to go, things to see, that sort of thing. The best resource for everybody. I was trying to think of the right word, but the best resource for everyone out there is I Love Memphis, in my opinion. I think it's a wonderful resource for anybody. Any time of the year you're looking for something to do, perhaps you got people coming into town, or you just want to get out with your girlfriends, or a guy's night, or whatever. We got Jalen Suchek joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is always in the know when it comes to I Love Memphis and I Love Memphis blog. She runs it with some others out there. And how's that going, by the way? You've been doing this now for quite a bit. Everything going well, Jalen? Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. And Andrew, I mean, I love your intros. You always give the best intro. So thank you for that. But yeah, everything's been great. I've been at the helm now about, almost 3 years. We've been really trying to build up a strong contributor team. So it's not just one voice, it's more of collective voices around the city to just tap into everything there is, because, one person can obviously not do it all, because contrary to some belief, there is so much to do in the city, and I'm happy to be constantly busy.
Okay, so I can't remember the publication, but someone outside of Memphis sent me something that said top 5 most boring cities was Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like, what, are you on crack or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're living in a different world if you think that. I refute that
exactly.
vehemently.
100%. 100%. So anyway, enough about that. I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk.
I know we could go on a whole rant on that.
I know I'm preaching to the choir. Jalen, let's talk about these happy hours that I understand are bigger and better than ever these days, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, in restaurants, we know it's hard, so they have to be a little more competitive. So we always have a happy hours guide to deals. Blog. We just recently updated it because, like the Memphis weather, happy hour deals change quickly. So I say this all with preface that, call ahead if you want to confirm it, or look on their socials just to make sure that it's still accurate. Because again, it can change. They might have new offerings or different days, different hours. This is why we have to routinely update this guide. But I had to ask you, Andrew, do you have a favorite happy hour around the city?
I wish I did. I think I might need to. Give me some
We'll
pointers.
find you one by the end of this.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I can just hop in. So our guide has about 15 spots. And I mean, of course, that is not speaking to every great happy hour in the city. We really tried to boil it down to places that have good daily happy hour offerings. Because, some places, maybe it's just a Monday night or a Thursday night. So that's how we kind of organized it. We are always open to more feedback and adding more places. So if you have a good spot, please let us know. We love to take people's recommendations and infuse them into the guide. So I picked 3 of my favorites from the guide, different little spots in town. The first is Bell Tavern. And Andrew, I'm not sure if you've heard of Bell Tavern. Some people, you bring it up and they're never heard of this place before.
I haven't. Tell me more. I'm interested, though. Looks great.
Yeah, and so I think a reason people don't know about it is because it's a hidden bourbon bar in an alleyway in downtown Memphis. So the Barbaro Alley, just around the corner from Aldo's, tucked in there between, like the Peabody and South Main. This is just a great spot in general. Some of the best people work there, and they have a very, very generous happy hour. This is one of my favorites. So you can get $4 domestic beers, $7 house cocktails, and $7 glasses of wine. Those house cocktails include like Manhattans, Old Fashions, French 75s, martinis. Harold is one of the main bartender there. He is kind of, if you know name in the city, one of the best bartenders. So you get a great deal, and you have one of the best bartenders making them. He makes some of the best Old Fashions. I love the French 75. They also have really good food. And if you're still having difficulty placing it, it's in the back of where 117 Prime was. So they use
Okay, yes, I know where that
there.
is. You had me at Hidden Bourbon Bar, Jalen. That sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, when we posted a reel of them, people were like, I've worked in downtown my whole life and I didn't know this existed. And it's been there for several years. So I always love to share that one. And that happy hour deal is Tuesday to Saturday from 4 to 7. So pretty generous, because you don't have too many that give you a Friday and Saturday for those happy hour deals.
Sweet. What else you got?
We are moving into Midtown now. This is one of my favorite bars in the city to go to for a cocktail outside of happy hour or with happy hour. The great news is they have a very, very good, nice generous happy hour. I am amazed that they still continue having it. It's such a good deal. But this is Cameo in Midtown. It's on Union Avenue, right across from the Firehouse. They have for their happy hour half off classic cocktails, draft beer, and glasses of house and red wine, white wines too. And then they also do an $8 Cool Kids burger, which is so delicious. You have to order it. But this is, one of the best cocktail bars in the city. They have just numerous cocktail options. And normally when you're talking about quantity, you're kind of fearful about the quality. You get both at this bar. It's one of my favorites. And their sister bar, Mary's BOTE, also has a great happy hour. That's the Tiki Bar in Cooper Young. But you can get this happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 7. And on Monday, it's all night long. But love Cameo. It's a great place if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome! I love it. Okay, now you're bringing it this morning. I love this, and I know it's the morning, and I know people don't like generally drinking cocktails until the afternoon, but I'm feeling
There's
it.
a reason they start at 4.
Yes, and I've been up since 2 o'clock. Just saying.
Oh, hey, I used to do those days too, and I got to give you props. It's hard being up that early, and your happy hour starts probably more about noon.
Yeah, or before, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
So my third favorite place, and I feel like this is the place where people are like, no, do not tell people about this. We don't want more people coming. It is Swamp Bar in Overton Square. This is one of my favorite spots in the city too, for food, drinks. Kelly English spot right next to Second Line. Their happy hour it's just like unbelievably cheap. They have $2 High Lifes, $3 Stellas, $4 House Highballs, $5 Margaritas, which are really good, $5 Anandas, which is Wiseacres IPA, and $6 House Wine. And they do that from Wednesday to Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. So you have the whole weekend in there. And that's just the days they're open. So that's why it starts on Wednesday. So every day they're open 5 to 7. Really cool vibes, just one of the best spots. And I know I'm going to hear grumbles of, why'd you have to tell people about it?
And you said on the I Love Memphis blog, you have like 15 listed, right?
Yep, if you go to our ilovememphisblog.com right now on our homepage, it's one of our feature stories. You can click on it and you can go through all 15 spots, maybe recommend a spot of your own, and you can check out all those deals. I mean, I don't have to put teasers, like Laughlin's on there. They have a great happy hour, so I'm going to leave that as a little teaser to get people to go to it.
Perfect. All right, Jalen Suchek, really appreciate every time you come on the I Love Memphis blog or come on the Digital Desk to talk about the blog. Always good info, chock full for everybody to see, no matter where you live. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and I hope to see you at a happy hour soon.
Oh, heck yeah. I definitely will, for sure. I mean, Hidden Bourbon Bar, the Swamp Bar, Cameo, I'm there. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have got some alarming new health data out there that suggests that 9 out of 10 people have certain health risk factors and they don't know or realize that they have it. And we're talking about health conditions that can trigger Everything from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, all at the same time. Let's talk to somebody who knows about what we're talking about here and some of the latest data that is pretty alarming from what I understand. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Tiffany Powell-Wiley. She's a physician. She's also a researcher joining us on the digital desk to talk about this new data. So Tiffany, tell us, where do we begin on this? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So we want to make sure that people are aware of cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, or CKM syndrome. And it's really about these interconnected diseases, things like diabetes and obesity, that put you at risk for heart disease and even kidney disease. And it's important to understand that all of these are interrelated, they're all interconnected, and one can put you at risk for the other, but also treatments that are out there can affect risk for each of those. And all of it affects heart health.
So, okay, so cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome or disease, explain what that is and maybe some warning signs that our audience would enjoy knowing.
So it's important to know that that CKM syndrome really relates to the fact that conditions like heart disease and kidney disease can't be treated in isolation. These are things that affect each other. And really, we want to emphasize that your body is interconnected. And so when we think of talking to our doctors about risk factors for heart disease, we want to ask not only about our high cholesterol, our blood pressure, and how it relates to our risk for heart disease, but also what does our kidney health look like? And that because that's important to think about as a risk factor for heart disease.
Yeah, I would think so. So this is something where a lot of people, we mentioned off the top, that they don't even know that perhaps they are dealing with something that could really change the outcome of their lives, certainly their health. Can you explain a little bit more about what this data is saying and how people need to be more aware of what exactly is going on?
Absolutely. So it's important to think, as you mentioned, that 9 out of 10 US adults have a risk factor for heart disease or kidney disease. Those are risk factors like obesity, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. And so that's where it's important to know what those risk factors are, know your numbers, ask your physician about your numbers, but also understand that reversing and treating many of these risk factors can actually prevent not only heart disease, but also kidney disease.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Tiffany, let's talk about prevention. So if we have one of those and people are, by the way, our thousands of people that are watching, everybody should be getting a physical yearly. And if you have one of these conditions, then what?
So if you have one of these conditions, it's important to know what your numbers look like. Again, know what your blood pressure looks like, know what your cholesterol looks like, but also ask your doctor about treatments that are available, because many of the treatments that are available now for heart disease actually can treat things like kidney disease. And so making sure that you're on the right medications, but also making sure that you get the important physical activity and get the right diet for you. And so that's information that your doctor can help you provide and get the right information for you.
Sure, absolutely. And so we know, diet and exercise very important when it comes to these kind of conditions. What else can we do to perhaps prevent or improve our health with regards to these specific issues?
So the other important thing is to understand what our risks look like. And so we have new ways of measuring heart disease risk. And so one thing to ask your doctor is to use risk calculators that are now available that can try to account for all of the risk factors for, again, it's CKM syndrome, these interconnected risk factors, and start to understand what your long-term risks for heart disease look like.
Okay, CKM syndrome. Tiffany, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for illuminating us to these different conditions that in one way or another, they are all connected, and it's something that we need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Government reports state that there are hundreds of thousands of people in our country who are being human trafficked right now. This is happening in plain sight. And on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to talk with someone that can help us kind of recognize those signs. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Brandy Bynum. She works at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking. She joins us on the Digital Desk to talk about this problem, this issue. What are the signs we can recognize and how we can report it? Brandy, good morning to you. So let's talk and get into this. How can we report these signs? How bad of an issue is it? And what should we be looking for? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So today is World Day Against Trafficking in Person. So it's the perfect day to have a conversation like this. So first, I'd like to talk about what human trafficking actually is. It's the use of force, fraud, or coercion for somebody trying to obtain a commercial sex act or labor. And so that's the first thing, is that human trafficking is both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And you mentioned at the top that it's a global issue. So it's happening right here in the United States, in our cities, big and small, our suburbs and our rural areas. And it's affecting men, women, and children.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to get into some of the issues, though, that ways that we can report it and spot it.
Absolutely. So some indicators that members of the public may be able to recognize is someone who doesn't have possession of their personal identification. We've seen that traffickers will take somebody's license or their passport to maintain control over them so they can't move about. Someone who may show signs of physical abuse, so various signs of bruising, or show signs of malnourishment. Someone who looks disheveled. Someone who doesn't have eye contact when you're holding a conversation with them, or their answers feel scripted. So those are some indicators that members of the public may recognize from a victim of human trafficking.
Okay, and if we see this, Brandy, what do we do? How do we report something like this?
Absolutely. So I encourage our viewers today to report to the DHS tip line. We investigate over 400 crimes here at Homeland Security Investigations, human trafficking being one of them. So individuals can report to federal law enforcement anonymously 24/7. Our hotline is available in multiple languages. If you potentially recognize a victim or may be a victim after hearing some of the indicators that we discussed today, I encourage you to call the National Human Trafficking Hotline. They provide and have contacts all over the U.S. with service providers that can provide housing, food, shelter, water, medical care. And so those are two hotlines, a hotline and a tip line that I recommend calling if you recognize human trafficking.
Let's talk about maybe some common myths out there, some things that people don't necessarily agree with when it comes to human trafficking that you want to dispel right now.
Absolutely. So we already talked about human trafficking happening here in the United States. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that I talk to across the nation that don't believe that it happens here. Number two is that it doesn't just happen to women and girls. It absolutely happens to men and boys. It's just unreported in that demographic. I mentioned labor trafficking. Labor trafficking is actually more prevalent across the world versus sex trafficking. But we typically talk about sex trafficking because it's easier to spot those indicators. And so there are millions of people across the globe, including here in the United States, especially in our rural areas, that are being labor trafficked, whether it's in restaurants or at hospitality or in agriculture on farms or at construction sites. And these people are forced to work long hours. They are forced to work with little or no pay, inhumane working conditions. And then I would say the last one is the difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. I see that getting mixed up all the time. So human trafficking is a crime against a person. Human smuggling is a crime against the border, and it involves transportation. So when it comes to human trafficking, somebody can be human trafficked right from their home. They don't necessarily have to be kidnapped or being moved from place to place.
I appreciate you explaining the difference there, Brandy. Thank you so much. So how can communities, how can just everyday Americans, how can we take action and prevent human trafficking?
The number one thing is to get educated about the crime. So we've talked in the couple minutes that we've had together this morning about what the crime is, some indicators, but there is not enough time in this segment to talk about all the things. So I encourage people to go visit our website at dhs.gov/bluecampaign to get more information. Our campaign is federally funded. So everything that we have and everything that we provide is absolutely free. Last year, we sent out over 2.8 million pieces of public awareness material. So whether that was posters or indicator cards or toolkits, please just visit our website. We have all different things on there for people to either download and print at home, or we'll ship to you for free. Free training. We'll even send people out from my team to come talk to your community members or your school groups, young people, old people, whoever, just to get the word out. So education is key. And just have a conversation with somebody about human trafficking, because I think the more we talk about it and we reduce the stigma about the crime, the more lives we could potentially help save.
You know, Brandy, I saw a number that said hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. Are suspected of being human trafficked. Is that accurate? What numbers are you seeing?
It's actually much higher than that. Globally, we're looking at a little over 27 million people that human trafficking affects. And so I know that's a very large number, but we have to remember that human trafficking is comprised of both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. So we talked a little bit about labor trafficking with the long hours, the no wages, but we also have to talk about forced labor in the supply chain. So we have to be smart consumers, because there's a lot of things that we may purchase from overseas, off of different platforms that may be produced by forced labor. So I like to think if something is super cheap, if I'm buying a $1 shirt, that person who made the shirt is probably getting pennies to the dollar. And so when we talk about how trafficking affects us globally and even here in the United States, we have to include that piece about the forced labor in the supply chain, in addition to domestic forced labor and sex trafficking.
Brandy, I just want to reiterate for our audience, we have thousands of people watching right now. If someone has no personal ID, if they look like they've been physically abused, maybe different kinds of black and blue marks, that sort of thing, if they're disheveled and no eye contact, those are all signs of human trafficking. Anything else you want to mention to our audience right now? We broadcast in the Memphis area, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas.
Yeah, so in addition to those indicators, another physical indicator could be branding. So we know that traffickers may tattoo their victims with either their name or their group signature. So if you see a group of people with the same tattoo and it doesn't look like a friendship tattoo, that could be an indicator as well. Also encourage the viewers to not approach a potential victim of human trafficking. If you are not law enforcement, please do not intervene. That is why we have the hotline number. That is why we have the tip line number. And if you think that somebody is in immediate danger, please call 911.
Okay, Brandy Bynum, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. An eye-opening interview for sure. Thank you for all the information you've given to us, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. And we wish you all the best in this position that you're in right now to kind of combat and bring down the numbers of human trafficking all across the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This year marks the 90th anniversary of Social Security, and more than 1 in 5 U.S. residents, 69 million Americans, receive Social Security. And there's unfortunately a lot of skepticism out there because a lot of people feel like Social Security will not be around when they retire. Joining me on the Digital Desk to talk more about this issue, I am joined by Mia McNeil. She is AARP's Tennessee State Director on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So Mia, good morning to you. Tell me, what would you say to some folks out there that think that they remain very skeptical that Social Security is going to be around by the time they retire? Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me. You know, what I would say to those folks is that people and organizations like AARP are out there working on their behalf to make sure that Social Security is there. They put in that money, they earned it. I put in my money and I earned it. So certainly invested in making sure that they get the money that they earned. For a lot of these folks, this is not just something that comes out of their paycheck. This is their plan for retirement. About 40% of our membership have shared with us that Social Security is their retirement plan. So it is how they pay for their prescriptions, how they pay for their food, how they pay for their bills. It's really, really important, and we're going to work our best to make sure that it's there.
So I know AARP works a lot with a lot of people who collect Social Security. What are you seeing on the ground here in Tennessee and other places around the Mid-South when it comes to Social Security, the recipients, and what they feel about the current program?
Sure. So we've heard a lot from our members and those who aren't members of AARP because we work on all behalf, on everyone's behalf. But we've heard a lot from folks about the customer service and their concern about customer service, the long hold times, the ability to get to an office if an office has closed in their particular area. People are particularly concerned about that, and I think that's fair. I think that's a fair concern to have. And so we have been working closely with folks in DC. Our federal office has been working with the Social Security office and the new Social Security Commissioner to make sure that we are fixing those wait times. At one point, it was at around 4 hours. So you could literally be on the phone driving from Nashville to Memphis, as we have, and Memphis to Nashville, and still be on hold at Social Security. And so we've been working with them closely to make sure that we've been fixing those customer service issues so people can get the assistance that they need.
That's great to hear. Now, we understand there's a little bit more than 679,000 Tennesseans that Social Security is their primary source of income. What do you say to people, worried about the program? There's some that there's been very public reports about the rampant fraud within the program. What do you say to people that are concerned about the program overall?
Well, I certainly say that, of course, they are fair to have the concerns that they have. And of course, we've heard a lot about Social Security changes and potential Social Security changes, from fraud to customer service. However, I think what people need to know is that we are certainly fighting on behalf of all of you. We are doubling down so that Social Security can become that economic bedrock of retirement of Americans for generations to come. This is not something that's in the past. And so we are working diligently to make sure that people get the money that they put into Social Security because indeed they earned it. And so, what I would tell people is it is certainly fair to be concerned. However, what I would also tell them is to continue to stay educated and involved, follow the process and what's going on. And here at AARP Tennessee, we're always going to share the information that we know from our perspective and from what's going on in DC, so that you know what's going on and you can make the appropriate outreach to your legislators and those who represent you to hear how you feel about the changes that are being made in DC.
All right. Mia McNeil, AARP Tennessee Director, joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much for the info. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the information you gave us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 8:02 on this Monday morning, and we are already looking ahead to the weekend, right? I know we're just trying to push through the week. Coming up at 8:45, we're speaking with our friends at the Overton Park Shell. Of course, they have their Shell on Wheels series where you can find some really great music, some really great musical artists, and just a lot of talent there. So they're going to join us at 8:45 to tell us what we can expect at their next Shell on Wheels series. So you want to stay put for that. Another big talker today, this extreme heat. Today is a First Alert weather day. We're going to bring in First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis to tell us all about it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, a First Alert weather day, not only for Monday, but also for Tuesday. The heat, the humidity, it's all working in tandem to bring in excessive and extreme heat across much of the Mid-South. Highs today near 100 degrees actual air temperature. You're probably thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, yeah, 100 degrees. We had 100 degrees with ease yesterday here across the area. I think we do it again here today. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you, if a couple spots hit 101 or 102. But when you factor in the humidity levels, feels like temperatures even here in the city close to 110. Some spots could be closer to 115. So I encourage you to take those extra precautions as we go through the course of the day. This is a look at the heat stress. And again, this is combining the actual air temperature, combining the wind direction, wind speed, the humidity levels, the solar radiation, also the cloud coverage, all that put together to make a heat stress forecast. And when we get to the high category, that is indicative of when you need to start shutting down your outdoor activities. When we get to the high category, typically heat exhaustion can happen pretty quickly. Notice again about 10 o'clock, Most days, it's going to be about 10, 11 o'clock, right in that time frame through about 4, 5 o'clock in the evening, where we're probably going to have the highest heat stress. And of course, right as we get into the peak heating of the day, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, extreme heat stress across much, if not the entire Action News 5 coverage area. This is not just going to be for today, unfortunately. It will be like this for tomorrow as well. 5 o'clock, we start to see the heat starting to ease. But even at this point, I think that we'll still have some temperatures, actual air temperatures, still near 100 degrees at this point. Easing the heat during the overnight period, still elevated heat stress around the Memphis City area. We go into tomorrow and we'll do the whole process over again by 10 o'clock. Again, elevated to high heat stress by 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Extreme heat stress across much of the area and continue that trend even going into the early evening hours. So if you do have plans to be outside for any prolonged period of time, whether it's to do high school sports, or if you are working outside, take those extra precautions to keep you, yourself, and your family safe. Typically in the Bluff City, we see about 2 100-plus degree days in a year, okay? We've already seen 2. We saw one on July the 29th and one yesterday. We will probably have 2 more between today and tomorrow. Hopefully, these will be the last ones. The most 100-degree days in a year, 33. That was set back in 1980. Most recently, we had a stretch of about 18 100-plus degree days set back in 2022. Now, moving forward, I can give you some positivity. This is not going to be a long stretch here that we're talking about extreme heat. Of course, this weekend, it was very hot. We were in the upper 90s, close to 100. Actually did hit 100 yesterday. We were 98 on Saturday. Today 100, tomorrow about 100, and then we get to Wednesday, mid-90s that day. But that will come by way of better chances for rain and storms. Depending on the timing of that frontal boundary moving through the area will determine ultimately how hot we will get and how intense the storms may be. Yes, this is going to be a breaking ridge, and usually when we start breaking up the ridge, it tends to break loudly. So showers and thunderstorms do become a bit more prevalent, and a few of those could be a bit heavy. Thursday and Friday, still some widely spaced showers and storms, primarily along and south of the I-40 corridor, closer to the frontal boundary. Then the weekend, more of your hit and miss variety, showers and thunderstorms coming back into the fold. First Alert Futurecast short-term forecast again. By 3 o'clock, we're talking 100 degrees. And again, I don't think we're going to see very much, if any, rain chances here today. Tomorrow, on the other hand, a different story. We've got a boundary that's going to be approaching us. Remember, this is as the ridge is starting to back westward. So there's going to be kind of an alleyway that will open up for us that will allow for a few spots to see a few spotty downpours to develop during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. Still temperatures near 100 degrees during the course of that time frame. Better chances for rain will likely be across southern Missouri, far northern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois. But I still think that we could see a few isolated showers and storms. Take you into early Wednesday, there could be some scattered downpours as well. I think some of these could be heavy, maybe even strong, rolling through here as a couple of bursts of showers and thunderstorms emanate across the area during the course of your Wednesday. Thursday, maybe a bit more subdued in coverage, but still not completely out of the realm of possibility. That's a look at the broader perspective. Wednesday, about lunchtime, temperatures will be generally in the low 90s at that point as that cluster of showers and thunderstorms works its way down towards the south. Should be clearing out by 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, and then by Thursday morning should be in decent shape, but some afternoon showers and thunderstorms bubbling up near and south of I-40, so North Mississippi probably has the best chances for seeing showers and storms there. Same thing on Friday. We need the rainfall, all we can get at this point, but don't expect a ton, at least in the short term. That big spike in humidity, though, that's going to be the indicator to the change up in our pattern. Of course, that will come by way eventually as another front gets a little closer to us, and that will bring our humidity levels down in a big way, I think, by the time we head towards the early portions of next week. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. I want to take you out to the tropics. Let's look at Hurricane Erin here this morning. Moving northwest, and there were a lot of folks online saying, when's it ever going to start turning? When's it going to start turning? Well, it's making the turn now, moving at about 13 miles per hour. These larger, stronger systems have a tendency to not want to turn. Think of like driving an 18-wheeler. You know, you have to swing out wide, and that's exactly what's happening here. But you can see the track here gradually starting to make the turn towards the north and west. Right now, more on that northwesterly movement, but it's likely to start making more of a northerly jog here as we head through the course of the day. 130 mile per hour winds gusting to 160. Again, skirting past Puerto Rico, as well as Hispaniola between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. We've got, again, the southern Bahamian Islands are catching this, the Turks and Caicos as well. They are kind of closer to the core of the storm. So it's not just dealing with the impacts of the surf, but it's also rain and wind impacts. So again, around the Turks and Caicos here, that's where we're seeing that. This is the latest track. And again, the hope here is that it continues that northerly jog and turns more towards the northwest as we go through the course of the afternoon here today. It's getting to that point to where it has to make the turn before it starts to kind of get pushed around. But keep in mind, the reason why it's going to make this turn is because you've got a ridge of high pressure back over here across the north central Atlantic, and the one that is currently over us will help it steer it towards the north and eventually out toward the north and east. It will shoot the gap, very closely shooting the gap between the Carolina coastline and Bermuda. And we do expect that this will be, generally from that standpoint, not an impact to the U.S. mainland from a direct sense. Indirectly, though, high surf, high rip current risk, erosion issues along the outer banks of the Carolinas. So that will be the problem as this makes the turn off to the north and east. And again, it's going to be here and still something that we'll be talking about all the way through this weekend to the early portions of next weekend. Now, while we have Aaron here, we have another system that is coming off of Western Africa right now, not looking overwhelmingly put together, but this one will follow Aaron's tracks here, maybe a touch to the south. And the question mark here is, where does this go? This is still 10 days out. Okay, so we're looking at the development phase here within the next 7 days or so. And it would take until it gets to the northern Leeward Islands before we start to see any major development here. So this is the development zone in through here. And the current state of this system is ragged. But there are indications that would have this trying to get going. The question mark is, beyond this point, where does it go? Well, we're going to hope for a front to be blocking us here in the Mid-South. There is a good likelihood right now that by the time we head towards early next week, there's going to be a front that's going to be laid here across our area. That would help to block it off from coming in our direction and kind of deflect it in the vein of Aaron. So we may have another turning system like this, shooting the gap between Bermuda and the Carolina coastline. But there have been a few indications that this may make a jaunt farther to the south and may make a run towards maybe the northern Caribbean or the southern Gulf. There's a question mark here. That's a long way down the road. That's something that we need to worry about here today on this Monday. What you need to worry about is the heat, my friends. Again, that would be probably like the middle and latter portion next week before we have to really start honing in on that particular system. And again, Aaron's not a factor for us. If anything, Aaron helps us out from the standpoint that it helps to shut down this frontal boundary, moving in our direction, bringing us a better chance for some rain and storms on Wednesday. And like I said, they break loudly. These ridges, they break loudly. So when it does break, we'll have a few storms that could get a little active. I would not be surprised if we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings being issued in the very least. Behind that front, temperatures will run in the upper 80s and low 90s. Thursday, Friday, I think we're back to the low 90s on standard fare Saturday, Sunday. But another front will swing through here Monday to Tuesday. They'll knock the numbers back to the upper 80s, lows in the 60s those nights. I think it's a welcome reprieve from what we'll have to endure here today and tomorrow with highs near 100. Feeling closer to 110. Take care of yourself, take care of your family, and of course, we'll see you on the other side. And of course, we'll have more updates here on Action News 5's digital desk, the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, and actionnews5.com.
All right, that was First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis keeping us in the know about what we can expect as we're headed out the door. Again, another look at Midtown Memphis this morning at 8:14. We're going to keep things rolling on the Action News 5 digital desk coming up after this 60-second break.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a campaign that is starting up once again. It's in its 11th year, I should say. It's called Clear the Shelters, and it returns at a critical time when animal shelters across the country are at capacity, some over capacity. We're talking about 5.8 million cats and dogs entering the shelters last year alone. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this campaign. I'm joined by Hannah Shaw. She is with us. She's known as the cat lady, or kitten lady, excuse me. She's got a kitten right now, and she can talk more about this campaign, what it means, and what it means for all of us here in the Mid-South. Hannah, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, Clear the Shelters is happening all throughout the month of August, and this is the largest adoption drive that happens in the nation every single year. It's presented by NBC Universal Local with support from Hill's Pet Nutrition, and this is really our opportunity to spread a wave of awareness around the country about the overcapacity crisis that's happening in shelters. We're asking people to get out there to your local shelter and bring home a new friend.
I see that, yes, and that looks like such a great idea, Hannah. But what advice would you give to first-time adopters out there who might be a little bit, apprehensive?
Sure. Well, if you love the idea of having an animal, but you've kind of been worried about adopting, I think sometimes people feel like, what if I'm not able to be the perfect adopter and give the perfect home? Unfortunately, new survey data from the 2025 Hills State of Shelter Pet Adoption Report is showing that that impulse to want to be perfect is actually preventing a lot of adoptions from happening. So we're asking people to just remember that you don't have to be a perfect adopter. You don't have to know everything or have an unlimited budget. Animals do not need perfection. They just need consistent care and love, and the rest will come with time.
I'm sorry. I mentioned something really quick, Hannah. I was going to say, let's talk about some ways that viewers can adopt or foster or donate and support local shelters.
Sure. So if people want to get involved, adoption is the name of the game with Clear the Shelters. We really need people to get out there and find a new companion. So if you've been thinking about adopting and you have a friend maybe who's thinking about adopting, now's a great time for you guys to head to your local shelter. If you can't adopt, fostering is a really good way to help. So, little kittens like Monkey here, they need foster homes. Dogs need foster homes. The thing about fostering is the shelter is going to cover the expenses, and it's a temporary way of helping. So a couple weeks of your time, that can be a big gift to an animal. You can also donate to the Clear the Shelters Fund, or you can even just purchasing the Hills Science Diet food for your cat or dog at home. All of that is also going to support this important campaign of Clear the Shelters.
Okay, Hannah Shaw joining us on the digital desk to talk about this important campaign, Clear the Shelters, in its 11th year. We appreciate you taking the time here on the digital desk. Thanks very much. Good luck with the campaign this year.
Thank you so much. Thanks for spreading the word.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are in some of the hottest days of the summer, certainly the dog days of summer, where temperatures are in the triple digits when you combine the heat and humidity. And just because they are here, just because summer is heating up, doesn't mean that you have to pause your workout routine if you like to be outside and work out. There's so many Mid-Southerners that do that. So joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I have the pleasure of introducing Mariah Lamatina, a fitness trainer at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, to talk about what we can do to still get that exercise bump and yet withstand some of these hot and humid conditions. Mariah, good morning. Where do we start when it comes to having that perfect exercise routine while staying safe in these dangerously hot conditions? Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and share. I am actually experiencing my first true Memphis summer here. So I am applying all the stuff that I know and that I'm learning from everyone around here at Lifetime to make sure that I stay safe in this ridiculously hot heat here. I don't know if you guys have noticed where you live. It's really hot.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, all you got to do is go outside and you immediately get smacked in the face with it. And you know, I mean, the best idea would be to just do a workout inside. But I know that there's a lot of people, you know, my wife included, who just enjoys going outside and working out outdoors, either running or jogging, that sort of thing. So what would be your advice if someone wants to do that, even though we have these hot temperatures?
You're exactly right. I mean, my first choice, if I could choose, would be to come into your nearest Lifetime and take advantage of all of our amenities here. You can drop the kids off in the Kids Academy. You can do an indoor class workout with one of our awesome performers or hang out on the strength floor. And then, you know, once your workout's done, maybe you're finding that indoor pickleball court or taking the kids out to the pool and playing in the fun sun out there. That would be my top choice if it were me in the next little bit of time this year. But if you can't do that, or if you want to, I am a cyclist, so obviously that takes me out on the road. There are a lot of tips that you can do to make sure that you stay safe and enjoy your workouts, even when you have to be outside. So first of all, I would say hydration starts long before your actual workout. So you want to make sure that you stay hydrated. You can lose 1 to 2 ounces of fluid in intense workouts. So you want to make sure that you are building that fluid up in your body before, during, and after your workouts to make sure that you stay safe. The water that you lose is not just water. So when you sweat, it is losing minerals and electrolytes as well. So I pulled out some of our awesome Lifetime nutrition supplements that we have here. Our LTH Hydrate is my go-to. I have all my clients drinking this. This is my spicy margarita flavor, which is my favorite right now. But that is going to replenish some of the sodium, potassium, magnesium, things like that, that you are also losing in your sweat.
Great advice there. I love it, Mariah. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's so important to maintain that hydration way before you go out and exercise. And I know a lot of people try to beat the heat, as many people say, by working out either in the early morning or late in the evening. Would you recommend that?
Yes. I think early morning, get it done before the sun is just beating down on you. It's going to be a great way to start your day and your routine anyway, before work and kids and things get busy. Life happens and we find reasons to not get it in anyway. So get up, get it in early. That's going to be the coolest time of the morning. I've been walking at night as well, but it's not cool until I don't even know if it gets cool, if I would consider it 8 or 9 p.m. cool anymore, but that will be your safest times of the day if you can plan for that.
You know, I know a lot of times we want to wear, skin protection, SPF, 30 or higher. But, a lot of times I hear the complaints that if you wear a lot of, sunscreen out there, it just makes you sweat even more. And then you can't reapply while you're working out and it's a big pain. I mean, where do you stand on that?
I am all about sun protection. You can see this blonde, fair skin here needs it. So I recommend doing it, even if it's not the most comfortable thing for you, making sure it's a high quality sunscreen with, like you said, 30 to 50 or more would be great in the SPF range. And then also you can wear light clothing. Sweat wicking fabric is great because it's going to keep you drier, and light clothing, right? Because you're going to bake if you just try to wear that really dark clothing in the bright sun.
Yeah, good point there. Where do people, do you think, Mariah, make the biggest mistakes when it comes to exercising outdoors?
Probably focusing on the intensity of the workout and not listening to your body. So that is the most important topic that I can address today. You want to always listen to those warning signs. Your body is trying to tell you how it's feeling. And if you're just deciding to push through for the sake of one workout, that's not going to help you in the long run. We're working out for health. We're working out for longevity. We're not just trying to check off this one intense workout. So make sure that you know the signs that your body is telling you if you're starting to feel a headache or you're starting to get cramps. You know that that dehydration is probably there and you're going to need some electrolytes and some water to hydrate. If you start getting past that point, heat exhaustion is real and you can start feeling more symptoms, more intense symptoms where you're feeling dizzy or you're even sweating more profusely than you were before. And then that can even go into heat stroke, which is an incredibly dangerous medical condition where you actually stop sweating. Your body needs to sweat. It needs to be hydrated enough to sweat, to cool your body down. But once it gets to that point of not being able to cool you down enough, it's going to stop and you're going to have some serious problems. So just listen to those really early signs, hydrate well before, during, and after. Make sure you never even get to those points.
Good advice, Mariah. Anything else before we let you go with regards to hydrating, water, electrolytes, anything?
I think those are the big things. Just be careful, listen to your body. One workout is not worth, destroying everything that you've been working for and getting sick. So just making sure that you're replacing those electrolytes. Water, the recommended dosage is usually half of your body weight in ounces for a general rule of thumb, which is great. So if you were 160 pounds, you would want to drink about 80 ounces of water a day. But when you are out in the heat, that is just not going to be enough. So you want to make sure that you're drinking about 16 to 20 ounces of water during that workout. Make sure you're rehydrating every hour so that you really stay healthy and hydrated and safe. I don't know if we should talk about urine on the news, although I have Crohn's disease, so I usually end up talking about all kinds of things on my conversations with my clients. But if you check your urine color, that is going to tell you a lot. Your body is trying to tell you. So if it's light and pale, you are doing good, you're drinking well. But if it starts to get into that darker amber color, you really want to be careful and make sure you're getting those fluids in. Oops, I'm sorry, I lost.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I lost audio there for it. Now I can hear you.
No, what I was saying is the color of the urine is very important. Again, that's one of your your body is telling you, hey, look, you got a problem, or you're in the clear. When you talk about spicy margaritas to hydrate, maybe people get the wrong impression. But no, we're talking about the actual right. We're talking about electrolytes and the mix there. So no, totally get it. Really appreciate this, Mariah. Thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk, just to kind of give everybody friendly reminders out there, refresher on how to stay safe in this heat if you do want to exercise outside. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And if you can move it inside over the next couple weeks, I would prefer to do that for the most part. We have a Lifetime app that actually is free for members and non-members, and that you can download and get all kinds of free classes and content. That's also where you can find our supplements, and you don't have to be a member to take advantage of those supplements either. So just drop in the app and maybe find a workout that you can do in your home and stay out of that heat when it is those crazy heat advisories here.
No question about it, Mariah Lama Tina joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Mental health, it remains a top concern for so many people, including post 9/11 veterans. In fact, more than 6 in 10 warriors registered with the Wounded Warrior Project report living with mental health conditions like PTSD, anxiety, or depression. But mental health isn't about veterans or a military issue. This is a human issue, and men oftentimes are less likely to receive any kind of mental health treatment than women in the past year. That's according to the National Institutes of Health. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I have the pleasure of talking to two men here. One, NFL defensive end Morgan Fox, and his father, Joe Fox, an Army veteran and a Project Odyssey regional director for the Wounded Warrior Project. Gentlemen, good morning to you both. First off, Joe, let me start with you and tell me about the mental health challenges that veterans face when they return to civilian life. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Warriors can face a host of challenges when they return to civilian life. Something like post-traumatic stress disorder, isolation, being loss of identity, loss of purpose, anxiety, and depression are just some to name a few.
Got it. I totally get that. Morgan, over to you. First off, tell me what it was like growing up in a military family and some of the challenges that you saw from your perspective. And then, you know, you're an NFL star. You're in the NFL. I'm sure you see mental health as an issue where you are as well. Is that right?
Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, I think Warriors and football players, athletes in general, we all kind of share some commonalities when it comes to mental health. You know, growing up as a military kid, you're exposed to it a little early. You know, watching your parent come home from a year-long deployment a little different than they were when they left. And as a kid, you don't really understand it. And then the older you get, you understand that there is some trauma and some things that happened and some things that they need to go step out and get help for. You know, you do see the same thing with athletes and with, you know, football players is, you know, when things are done or even when things are going on, you have these mental crises that you kind of need to have help with, and that, you know, you've been told your whole life to be really tough and handle it yourself, and then you get to a point where you realize you do need help, and that's the hardest step you can take.
Morgan, thank you. Joe, back over to you. I know I'm very familiar with the Wounded Warrior Project. It's such an outstanding organization. Their mission statement is amazing. Tell us, for our audience, because we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning, about how the Wounded Warrior Project helps veterans with their mental health.
Yeah, so the mission of Wounded Warrior Project is to simply honor and empower our warriors. And so this is done through a host of programs and a host of opportunities for the warriors to connect. One of these opportunities, especially in the mental health area, is Project Odyssey. And so Project Odyssey is a 12-week program that is launched by a 5-day in-person workshop that really helps improve your resiliency and psychological well-being. And it does this by allowing us to learn positive coping skills to be able to help influence those decisions and those feelings and emotions that we're dealing with when we deal with post-traumatic stress, military sexual trauma, or a traumatic brain injury.
Joe, we just want to follow up real quickly because I know that the NFL is in partnership with the Wounded Warrior Project. Tell me about this partnership and how it will work going into the upcoming football season.
Yeah, so Wounded Warrior Project is very lucky to have a partner like the NFL that has such outreach and such ability to bring attention to not only our veteran community, but to something as important as mental health. And so they do this through a host of ways, but one in particular is their Salute to Service program. That Salute to Service program allows players like Morgan to be able to extend their own personal reach, to be able to show how they can also offer some support. The support and the resources that we get from players like Morgan and from the NFL allow us to put these mental health programs on, be able to provide other programming as well that is totally free for the Warriors and the veterans and family support members that are a part of Wounded Warrior Project.
Morgan, back over to you. I understand you recently attended a Wounded Warrior Project event on mental health. What did you take away from that experience, and what can other men take away from that experience? Morgan?
Being at the Project Odyssey was incredible. I got to watch a lot of veterans who didn't know each other come from across the country really come together and learn how to cope with their whatever issues that they're going through. And the first thing I saw was that a lot of them realized that you're not alone, and that's one of the biggest things I took from it is just because you feel isolated or you feel like you're by yourself, you're really not. You're not alone. There's someone going through it the same way you are, and to be able to have that 5-10 minute conversation and learn these coping tools and learn how to dig yourself out of a hole is something that I really took from it. And then I just think at the end of the day, you know, we men will look at, you know, trying to be tough, trying to be macho, trying to be, you know, carry these loads by yourself and not burden anyone else with it. And then at the end of the day, you got to just take that really hard first step of just asking. Just go ask for help. Go find someone, go find a professional or a friend that whether you know, they can help identify the problem or just be a big listening post for you to come in and vent, and hopefully that starts a really good chain reaction, you know, to help you further in life.
Well, gentlemen, I really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Before we let you go, if there is someone out there that's watching and perhaps they have a family member who's struggling at this time, what would you recommend they do in order to get help, you know, for specifically mental health for men?
Yeah, so the easiest way to reach out is reaching out to the Wounded Warrior Project.org on the internet. And that has all the resources to be able to connect men and women to the resources that they're looking for. And in particular, if somebody is going through crisis, a loved one, a family member, a friend, a veteran, please reach out to the crisis hotline number of 988 and allow you to talk to somebody immediately and get the care that you need.
Joe Fox and Morgan Fox, father and son, joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for clearing this up and helping me understand and our audience understand Wounded Warrior Project and the NFL's association with the organization. Morgan, congratulations on such a great career. Good luck in the upcoming season. We appreciate you both spending a few minutes with us here on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Guns are the leading cause of death among youth ages 1 to 17. An average of 7 young people a day are dealing with gunshot wounds, and many of them turn deadly. In fact, gun rate deaths for this group have doubled from 2013 to 2022. Every 11 minutes, someone in this country is killed by a gun. I want to have a deep dive on this discussion with someone who's joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm joined right now by Catherine Hoops. She is someone who is a pediatric critical care physician, and she is someone with Johns Hopkins. And there is at Johns Hopkins a director of Gun Violence Solutions Center there. Catherine, good morning to you. I want to talk a little bit about the ways and the solutions to best prevent gun violence all across the country. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. And, like you said, gun injuries, gun violence is the leading cause of death in children in the U.S. right now. But many of these injuries are preventable. And so I think the most important thing that we want people to know is that a simple act to safely and securely store all firearms can help to save lives, especially kids' lives.
So let me talk a little bit about that right now. Is that the most important thing, safe storage of the firearm? I mean, how much, and I don't have the analytics, perhaps you do, but how much could that reduce gun violence when it comes to children?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know through decades of research that safe storage prevents firearm injuries and firearm deaths by not just unintentional shootings, but homicides, suicides, especially among youth. In fact, a study earlier this year showed a substantial reduction by 6 to 32% in youth firearm suicides from safe storage laws that compel safe storage behaviors in states that have them. So we know that this is a really effective intervention to interrupt a pathway from access or exposure to use and to injury. It basically puts a barrier in place so that when a curious toddler finds a firearm in a nightstand, if that gun is loaded, there is a trigger that they can pull and cause harm. But if that gun is in a safe, there are buttons that they can push, and that child won't be harmed by that firearm if it is safely and securely stored.
So I know that about half of all states have some sort of safe storage regulation. Where do we stand here in the Mid-South? We have Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas here. Is this something that you guys are pushing for in states that don't have the regulations?
Yeah, so over half of states do have child access prevention or safe storage laws that promote safe storage behaviors. But even in states that don't have safe storage laws, people can still practice safe storage. By normalizing conversations about secure storage, we can help to promote these behaviors in all states. States that do have them, we can encourage more people to adopt these behaviors. And in states that don't, people can still do it, to take it upon themselves to safely store their firearms.
That's a great point. It doesn't matter what the laws say as long as you practice safety, and one of the elements of safety is having that safe storage at home. Then your family should be better protected that way. Anything else that you feel is important about this issue? I know that you're part of this research there from the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions, right?
Yeah. So I'm also a pediatric critical care physician. And so in addition to the research that our team does, I work with patients and families every day to educate them on secure firearm storage, on injury prevention. And so we know that lives can be saved when firearms are stored unloaded, locked, separate from ammunition in a way that's inaccessible to kids, right? So kids don't have the code to the safe. They don't have access to that key. And if someone someone becomes at risk, you might consider changing the code or keeping the key with you, or maybe even getting the guns out of the home for a period of time. But we know that safe storage, when properly implemented, will save lives.
Is that, Catherine, the biggest issue facing a lot of gun owners in terms of what you see from your perspective when it comes to gun violence with youth and teens, gun storage? What are some other mistakes that gun owners make when it comes to this issue?
I think that, really safe storage is a simple step that everyone can take. I think also it's helpful to have these conversations with families, with gun owning families, with non-gun owning families to understand potential sources of risk. Again, families might think that they are protecting their family and keeping their firearm in a place that's inaccessible, like in the back of a nightstand drawer, on a high shelf in a closet. But by having these conversations about the importance of safe storage, maybe even as a non-gun owning parent, having a conversation with another family member before, or a friend before your kid goes over for a play date, we can help to understand the risk that exists in our communities and is posed by unsecured firearms. We think this is one of the most important ways that we can intervene to prevent all firearm injuries, both adult and pediatric, but especially in kids.
Is there a place online, Catherine, where people can go and just learn more about what we talked about, perhaps through the Johns Hopkins Center?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a wonderful toolkit that has some of those conversation starters, research, and other information on our website that you can find at t.jh.edu/safe storage, or you can just search for Safe Storage Saves Lives.
All right, Dr. Catherine Hoops, pediatric critical care physician, Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. Appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very valuable information there. Simple, easy ways just to cut down on some of the gun violence there affecting so many of our youth. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, Shelby, we are 26 seconds out, okay? Let's see. I think your mic is off. Can you say something? And it's still giving me issues. I don't hear you. Try now again. Let's see here. Can't hear you, Shelby. So your mic is back on. Let's try an audio thing. It says unmute. You're muted now. Unmute you. Okay, can you say something? Let's see. I can't hear you on my end, but you can hear me. Not to say you can hear me. Interesting. Okay, let me try to log off, and I'm gonna log back in, okay? Give me a second. All right, let's try it now. Let me see. Let's see. It's definitely probably something on our end. We were having some technical issues last week, and we thought they were resolved, but there's a chance that it might have not been. So let's see. If I don't figure it out in 60 seconds, I might just have to let you loose. I'm sorry. Let's see. Whiteboard.
In the summer months, those hot, humid, warm temperatures, they bring out all kinds of critters. We're talking about bugs, some nasty ones there. You got the mosquitoes, you got ticks, you got spiders, and all kinds of different things. What are the best methods to protect yourself from the bugs that we see across Memphis and the Mid-South this summer? Let's bring in someone in the know. We got Dr. Anna Yang joining us once again on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is a physician at Regional 1 Hospital. And Dr. Yang, there are so many critters just crawling around all over the place, and some are obviously more dangerous than others. What are some of the best methods to escape a bug bite this summer? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Yes, the spring and the summer definitely bring back the critters in full force. There's a lot of different ones out there right now. I mean, the best thing you can do is to make sure you protect yourself. You know, there's a lot of different types of insect repellent out there to put on, and make sure, you know, the clothing that you have will also help protect against bug bites, especially if you're going to be, you know, messing around places where bugs like to hide. For the most part, bugs aren't there trying to bite you. They're trying to avoid you for the most part. So, you know, try to avoid places where you might disturb bugs that are resting, and make sure you wear protective clothing, bug spray. And a lot of bugs also tend to be more active in the dawn and dusk time periods. So, you know, generally being more careful during those times is important.
Yeah, good advice there, Dr. Yang. What about here in the Mid-South and what you see in your practice? What are the bug bites that really cause people a lot of problems?
So most bug bites are no big deal. Some bug bites you don't even feel happening and they don't do anything. Maybe they're a little bit itchy, maybe they hurt a little bit, but most bug bites are not a problem at all. Some bug bites, like mosquitoes and ticks, they can transmit illnesses. So we do have to be a little bit more careful with them. So, you know, there are a couple of cases of West Nile virus so far this year here in Tennessee. So you do have to watch out for that. So most bugs, though, don't really cause anything. Tick bites as well. In this area, there's not very much Lyme disease. It's not impossible, but there's not very much of it. We do have Rocky Mountain spotted fever here too, though. So if you do, you know, go in areas and wooded places like that may have ticks, make sure you check yourself afterwards, check your family members, check your pets. And if you see any ticks, make sure you try to remove them early. And as far as, you know, other things like stinging insects like wasps and bees and things like that, most of the time, again, these are just, you know, painful stings. Make sure you get the stinger out, you know, wash it. You know, if you need some topical medications just to kind of help the local reaction, that's totally fine. But, you know, if you have any systemic symptoms, you know, allergic reaction type symptoms, or you're having trouble breathing, you know, back of your throat or your tongue or your mouth is swelling, or you get a rash all over your body, make sure you get medical care for things like that quickly.
You know, I know spiders are an issue, certainly, and the brown recluse is one of those that people need to watch for here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Can you explain a little bit to our audience some of the issues with the brown recluse?
Sure. So the two venomous spiders that we have here in Tennessee, those are the brown recluse and the black widow. Both spiders are pretty easy to spot, and the good news is they don't want to bite you. They like to hide in places, you know, dark places that are undisturbed. basements underneath, rocks and debris and things like that. So for the most part, you won't encounter them. But if you are, rummaging through areas that haven't been disturbed in a while, digging under things or pulling up rocks and things like that, then you definitely do need to be especially careful for these two things. The brown recluse spider, there is no anti-venom for. Most of the time, these also do fine, but they can cause some localized tissue destruction and necrosis. So the most important thing for these is wound care, keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't get infected. And if they are really painful or they're getting worse or they're, changing or getting deeper or turning dark inside or, something doesn't look right or feel right about it, then definitely go get checked out. But even these, most of the time, do fine.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, bugs, bug bites, trying to prevent it, but as a result, they don't?
So I don't really have anything specific for that. Most people actually do a pretty good job of protecting themselves. The most important thing is just to remember that they are out there and, use some common sense and put that bug spray on and, not reach for things that you haven't at least looked at first or, forget to protect yourself, gloves, making sure you're wearing good protective shoes and clothing. But as long as you keep those things in mind, you really can avoid most of the dangers from bugs and insects out there.
If people don't want to put DEET in terms of bug spray on themselves, what do you recommend as a safe alternative to DEET?
Yeah, there are a lot of different insect repellents out there that don't contain DEET. So, take a look at all the options out there. There are some things that can contain more natural chemicals and things like that that don't contain DEET that are still effective in preventing bugs from getting to you.
Okay, do you recommend any? I know that, lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, some others, right?
Yep, there are those for sure. They have those, bracelets out there that contain some, natural type chemicals and, fragrances and stuff like that that tend to keep away bugs. But yes, all those things you mentioned are definitely reasonable alternatives to try.
Okay, Dr. Annie Yang, appreciate you coming on the digital desk to help us all just kind of avoid some of those nasty bugs out there, some ugly bugs, if you will, on the this summer here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always.
All right, thanks.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 8:59. You are getting a live look inside the courtroom where the trial for Hernandez-Govan is scheduled to begin in just a few, in the next 30 minutes or so. You can see from this courtroom they are getting things prepared. What we know about Govan, prosecutors say he's the alleged mastermind behind the murder of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. Of course, Govan's trial wraps up a case which started in November of 2021 when bullets riddled Makita's Cookies on Airways Boulevard while Young Dolph was inside. Again, all eyes on the courtroom as Hernandez-Govan is scheduled to face a jury, his fate on the line here. That will kick off around 9:30. We're going to keep a close eye on that. And when it begins, of course, we'll bring you an inside scoop of that. We have a team there. Imani Williams is live in the courtroom bringing you gavel to gavel coverage. Again, all eyes on the courtroom. Hernandez-Govan scheduled to face a jury. You're live on the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 9 o'clock. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. So many great things lined up for us on the digital desk. Well, you know, we have the latest and greatest interviews right here. But before we get to that, we got to get a check on your First Alert forecast with First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis, because today is a First Alert weather day.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, a First Alert weather day, not only for Monday, but also for Tuesday. The heat, the humidity, it's all working in tandem to bring in excessive and extreme heat across much of the Mid-South. Highs today near 100 degrees actual air temperature. You're probably thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, yeah, 100 degrees. We had 100 degrees with ease yesterday here across the area. I think we do it again here today. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you, if a couple spots hit 101 or 102. But when you factor in the humidity levels, feels like temperatures even here in the city close to 110. Some spots could be closer to 115. So I encourage you to take those extra precautions as we go through the course of the day. This is a look at the heat stress. And again, this is combining the actual air temperature, combining the wind direction, wind speed, the humidity levels, the solar radiation, also the cloud coverage, all that put together to make a heat stress forecast. And when we get to the high category, that is indicative of when you need to start shutting down your outdoor activities. When we get to the high category, typically heat exhaustion can happen pretty quickly. Notice again about 10 o'clock. Most days it's going to be about 10, 11 o'clock, right in that time frame through about 4, 5 o'clock in the evening, where we're probably going to have the highest heat stress. And of course, right as we get into the peak heating of the day, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, extreme heat stress across much, if not the entire Action News 5 coverage area. This is not just going to be for today, unfortunately. It will be like this for tomorrow as well. 5 o'clock, we start to see the heat starting to ease. But even at this point, I think that we'll still have some temperatures, actual air temperatures, still near 100 degrees at this point. Easing the heat during the overnight period, still elevated heat stress around the Memphis City area. We go into tomorrow and we'll do the whole process over again by 10 o'clock. Again, elevated to high heat stress by 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Extreme heat stress across much of the area, and continue that trend even going into the early evening hours. So if you do have plans to be outside for any prolonged period of time, whether it's to do high school sports, or if you are working outside, take those extra precautions to keep you, yourself, and your family safe. Typically in the Bluff City, we see about 2 100-plus degree days in a year, okay? We've already seen 2. We saw one on July the 29th and one yesterday. We will probably have 2 more between today and tomorrow. Hopefully these will be the last ones. The most 100-degree days in a year, 33. That was set back in 1980. Most recently, we had a stretch of about 18 100-plus degree days set back in 2022. Now, moving forward, I can give you some positivity. This is not going to be a long stretch here that we're talking about extreme heat. Of course, this weekend it was very hot. We were in the upper 90s, close to 100. Actually did hit 100 yesterday. We were 98 on Saturday. Today 100, tomorrow about 100, and then we get to Wednesday, mid-90s that day. But that will come by way of better chances for rain and storms. Depending on the timing of that frontal boundary moving through the area will determine ultimately how hot we will get and how intense the storms may be. Yes, this is going to be a breaking ridge, and usually when we start breaking up the ridge, it tends to break loudly. So showers and thunderstorms do become a bit more prevalent. A few of those could be a bit heavy. Thursday and Friday, still some widely spaced showers and storms, primarily along and south of the I-40 corridor, closer to the frontal boundary. Then the weekend, more of your hit and miss variety, showers and thunderstorms coming back into the fold. First Alert Futurecast short-term forecast again. By 3 o'clock, we're talking 100 degrees. And again, I don't think we're going to see very much, if any, rain chances here today. Tomorrow, on the other hand, a different story. We've got a boundary that's going to be approaching us. Remember, this is as the ridge is starting to back westward. So there's going to be kind of an alleyway that will open up for us that will allow for a few spots to see a few spotty downpours to develop during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. Still temperatures near 100 degrees during the course of that time frame. Better chances for rain will likely be across southern Missouri, far northern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois. But I still think that we could see a few isolated showers and storms. Take you into early Wednesday, there could be some scattered downpours as well. I think some of these could be heavy, maybe even strong rolling through here as a couple of bursts of showers and thunderstorms emanate across the area during the course of your Wednesday. Thursday, maybe a bit more subdued in coverage, but still not completely out of the realm of possibility. That's a look at the broader perspective. Wednesday, about lunchtime, temperatures will be generally in the low 90s at that point as that cluster of showers and thunderstorms works its way down towards the south. Should be clearing out by 9-10 o'clock in the evening, and then by Thursday morning should be in decent shape, but some afternoon showers and thunderstorms bubbling up near and south of I-40, so North Mississippi probably has the best chances for seeing showers and storms there. Same thing on Friday. We need the rainfall, all we can get at this point, but don't expect a ton, at least in the short term. That big spike in humidity, though, that's going to be the indicator to the change up in our pattern. Of course, that will come by way eventually as another front gets a little closer to us, and that will bring our humidity levels down in a big way, I think, by the time we head towards the early portions of next week. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. I want to take you out to the tropics. Let's look at Hurricane Erin here this morning. Moving northwest, and there were a lot of folks online saying, when's it ever going to start turning? When's it going to start turning? Well, it's making the turn now. Moving at about 13 miles per hour. These larger, stronger systems have a tendency to not want to turn. Think of like driving an 18-wheeler. You know, you have to swing out wide, and that's exactly what's happening here. But you can see the track here gradually starting to make the turn towards the north and west. Right now, more on that northwesterly movement, but it's likely to start making more of a northerly jog here as we head through the course of the day. 130 mile per hour winds gusting to 160. Again, skirting past Puerto Rico as well as Hispaniola between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. We've got, again, the southern Bahamian Islands are catching this, the Turks and Caicos as well. They are kind of closer to the core of the storm. So it's not just dealing with the impacts of the surf, but it's also rain and wind impacts. So again, around the Turks and Caicos here, that's where we're seeing that. This is the latest track. And again, the hope here is that it continues that northerly jog and turns more towards the north-northwest as we go through the course of the afternoon here today. It's getting to that point to where it has to make the turn before it starts to kind of get pushed around. But keep in mind, the reason why it's going to make this turn is because you've got a ridge of high pressure back over here across the north central Atlantic, and the one that is currently over us will help it steer it towards the north and eventually out toward the north and east. It will shoot the gap, very closely shooting the gap between the Carolina coastline and Bermuda. And we do expect that this will be, generally from that standpoint, not an impact to the U.S. mainland from a direct sense. Indirectly, though, high surf, high rip current risk, erosion issues along the outer banks of the Carolinas. So that will be the problem as this makes the turn off to the north and east. And again, it's going to be here and still something that we'll be talking about all the way through this weekend to the early portions of next weekend. Now, while we have Erin here, we have another system that is coming off of Western Africa right now, not looking overwhelmingly put together. But this one will follow Erin's tracks here, maybe a touch to the south. And the question mark here is, where does this go? This is still 10 days out. Okay, so we're looking at the development phase here within the next 7 days or so. And it would take until it gets to the northern Leeward Islands before we start to see any major development here. So this is the development zone in through here. And the current state of this system is ragged. But there are indications that would have this trying to get going. The question mark is, beyond this point, where does it go? Well, we're going to hope for a front to be blocking us here in the Mid-South. There is a good likelihood right now that by the time we head towards early next week, there's going to be a front that's going to be laid here across our area. That would help to block it off from coming in our direction and kind of deflect it in the vein of Erin. So we may have another turning system like this, shooting the gap between Bermuda and the Carolina coastline. But there have been a few indications that this may make a jaunt farther to the south and may make a run towards maybe the northern Caribbean or the southern Gulf. There's a question mark here. That's a long way down the road. That's something that we need to worry about here today on this Monday. What you need to worry about is the heat. my friends. Again, that would be probably like the middle and latter portion next week before we have to really start honing in on that particular system. And again, Aaron's not a factor for us. If anything, Aaron helps us out from the standpoint that it helps to shut down this frontal boundary, moving in our direction, bringing us a better chance for some rain and storms on Wednesday. And like I said, they break loudly. These ridges, they break loudly. So when it does break, we'll have a few storms that could get a little active. I would not be surprised if we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings being issued in the very least. Behind that front, temperatures will run in the upper 80s and low 90s. Thursday, Friday, I think we're back to the low 90s on standard fare Saturday, Sunday. But another front will swing through here Monday to Tuesday. They'll knock the numbers back to the upper 80s, lows in the 60s those nights. I think it's a welcome reprieve from what we'll have to endure here today and tomorrow with highs near 100, feeling closer to 110. Take care of yourself, take care of your family, and of course, we'll see you on the other side. And of course, we'll have more updates here on Action News 5's digital desk, the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, and actionnews5.com.
Alrighty, that was First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis keeping us in the know about what we can expect out the door. Speaking of out the door, take a look at this, a live look over the University of Memphis. Classes set to start next Monday, but move-in day is already kicking off starting today. So many of those kids and their families trying to get back in the swing of things. Just keep in mind, if you are trying to get back situated in the dorm, that it's going to be a hot one out here. So just have your water and as prepared as you are out the door, going in and out the door, I should say, moving in and getting ready for a great school year. Again, a live look at the U of M move-in day starts today, and it will continue to move on throughout the week. And then that first day back in the school doors, Monday morning. All right, we're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be back coming up. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. It's the summer months, and we all know this heat, man. You feel it as soon as you walk out the door. But with the summer, we also deal with extreme weather incidents, and they all serve as a powerful reminder of the serious risk and the danger of simply not being prepared. And this conversation we have for you today is all about how to be ready for the next natural disaster. Bringing in on the Action News 5 digital desk is Lieutenant Colonel Nate Weander, Deputy Commander of the New Orleans District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Thank you so much for stopping by the Action News 5 digital desk. This is such an important conversation, and timely, I should say, with it being the summer months. You're the expert here. You have decades, or nearly 2 decades of experience of just that hands-on leadership in natural disasters, most recently those California wildfires that they experienced. Based on your experience, what's the first thing, like what do we jump into when it comes to being prepared? What would you tell our viewers?
You know, I look at this through an Army lens. In the Army, we talk about readiness a lot. Can you execute your assigned tasks with no notice? That's really what I would ask your viewers to do. What can you do now to be prepared? And I'll offer a few things. The first thing is have a plan. You know, if you take a medication or you have family members take medication, have several days of that medication on hand. I think it's important also to have a good flashlight with extra batteries, not just your phone, but an actual flashlight. Probably not a bad idea to have a radio with batteries as well in case you lose power. With that, it's always a good idea to have a to-go bag for everyone in your family that'll get you through 3 or 4 days if you have to displace. With that, if you have animals, don't forget about your pets. That can be a point of friction, you know, as you're in a stressful situation. Have a plan ahead of time. If you have to evacuate where you're at, have a plan where you can go. Do you have family
Good
or
morning, how
friends
are you?
outside the local area that can take you and your animals? Or do you need to start looking for hotels that are pet friendly? And then finally, look at your routes ahead of time. Have a good think about how you're going to get out of your area if you need to, and be prepared to. And you'll be prepared as you can be.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel, based on your experience, this is all good advice here, but talk a little bit about the benefits. I mean, the reason why, you know, when people follow these guidelines, when they have all these necessary things, how it saves lives. I know you've seen that firsthand.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that really goes to, we work across the federal government along with the state and local governments in consultation, providing the best engineering and technical advice to those stakeholders. And I'd encourage you, if your local government leaders are asking you to evacuate, please evacuate. That gets you out of the impact area so that when we do come in, if we do have to come in, you know, you're not a victim in the impact area, but you're away safe. You know, you're at a hotel, you're with friends, you're with family. You're not in that situation where we're not going into a life-saving mode on your behalf. Always a good idea to get out if you can.
I love that. Great advice there. Of course, I know that you are busy today sharing this helpful advice all over. And before we let you go, I must ask you, for people who want to learn more, they want to know how to prepare themselves for natural disasters, because you never know when, right? Where can they get this additional information to continue to educate themselves?
Yeah, so first I'll offer go to goarmy.com. You know, the Army is very used to dealing with chaotic and challenging situations. So always good information there, as well as career advice if you've got young people in your life looking for a career of service or a career where they have an opportunity for some adventure. And secondarily, go to your local U.S. Army Corps of Engineer district webpage. That'll be bespoke information for your local area and have links to your local state and other federal partners to keep you up to date.
You're hearing it firsthand from Lieutenant Colonel Nate Weander, the Deputy Commander of the New Orleans District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Was there anything else that you were prepared to say or that you want to share on our platform today?
You know, I'll just tell you, the Army is a really wonderful organization. You know, we're a worldwide organization. We have 250 careers. I've served with everyone from welders to surgeons on active duty. And then we also have the National Guard that responds to every emergency in their state, as well as the Reserve for a little bit different flavor. We're very good at this. If you've got young people in your life that are looking to grow themselves, to find a way to serve their nation, serve their community, and develop themselves, it's a wonderful career path. I encourage anyone to take a good hard look.
We're honored to have you on the digital desk. Thank you so much for your service and all you do. Again, that's Lieutenant Nate Weander.
All right, we're going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about the state of Arkansas. You know, more and more people are realizing, I certainly realize this here in Memphis in the Mid-South, that where you live affects how you live. You know, you could be living in the most beautiful place in the world, but if you don't feel good about it and you don't really kind of mesh with where you are, it's not going to feel good. It's not going to be the most beautiful place in the world. But if you embrace it and you enjoy it, no matter where you are, you're going to enjoy where you live. And it feels like mind over matter a little bit. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined now, happy to be joined by actress Dawn Olivieri. And anyone who has watched Yellowstone, she is no stranger to you, but she has a great little story here because she relocated from California to Arkansas. She found not only a slower pace, but a stronger purpose. So, Dawn, good morning to you. Tell me more about your move and how you are reflecting on that move this morning.
Well, good morning to you. Thank you for having me. I love that you say slower pace. I brought all the action with me. I thought I did come for nature, right? That's what I showed up in seeking of, but I brought the whole world with me. And Arkansas does something for the soul out here, and I came to be as close to as much wildness as I could stomach. And what it ended up doing for me was it created Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue, which is my wild Mustang rescue here in Arkansas. But on a soul level, I was able to put the mirror down, right? In LA, I call it the land of mirrors. But when you come out here and you're in direct conversation with the natural world, there's no place for the mirror. It becomes cumbersome, and it's a false sense of who you are. So you start meeting people from the inside, and it actually also affected my acting, which I think was a really interesting side effect. It made me a stronger actress because I was no longer living on the surface of things. I'm going to assume you're still there. So maybe we just can't hear you right now.
Can you not hear me, Dawn?
Oh, now. Yeah, well,
But you can
I'll
hear
keep
me now?
talking. I don't mind. I was trying to give you
No.
some space. Yeah.
So what I was saying was, like, there's no question that nature has a healing effect. Whether you're out in nature for a minute, a weekend, what have you, it heals all of us. And so it's so great to hear your story. Tell me where you live in Arkansas and what that healing process has been like for you.
Well, the Moon Mountain is situated in Mena, Arkansas. It's about as far out as you can get in Arkansas. It's sort of 3 hours from any major airport, which creates a very pristine environment out here, very conducive to bringing 100 wild horses to your house. But we live on the edge of a national forest, and that was one of my prerequisites. Was I wanted land on a national forest. And what's very unique about Mena is it is almost a peninsula surrounded by national forests. And that's a very unique organization of a city is you know, in my is what I thought, and what I know to be true with how that works is that you end up attracting a lot of outdoor enthusiasts. And little did I know, Arkansas had a lot going on in that department. You could even argue it's up there for the recreational capital of the world, just by nature of how it is constructed here. You have hiking, you have mountain biking, tubing, kayaking, horseback riding, side-by-side off-roading. I mean, the list just continues. And I couldn't believe I didn't know anything about Arkansas before. It was never on my map of places to visit. And when I moved here, I thought, well, this is a story that needs to be told. So I take initiative a lot of times. If you don't know much about me, that's definitely something I got in spades. And I said, you know, I went to Arkansas, like, and I said, can I tell your story from my perspective? Because that's as authentic as I could get. And I made a docuseries, and I call it My Natural State, because the slogan is the natural state for Arkansas. So I wanted to show the beauty of Arkansas, but at the same time show the spiritual journey of a person learning to connect with a deeper level of themselves through that travel, through the natural wonders of Arkansas. And that's what I did, and that's what this story is about.
Well, fantastic, Dawn. I love hearing it. You know, we are in Memphis, so we're right there on the border of Arkansas. Been to the Ozarks plenty of times. It's gorgeous. And certainly some other areas, Mountain Home, Mountain Brook. It's just a gorgeous state. There's no question about it. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We actually broadcast into parts of Arkansas, North Mississippi, and West Tennessee.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that have this in their heart, that they're trying to be in a big city so they can make enough money to move and have the life they want, get a few acres and have animals and have their little homestead. My advice is to just go now. You know, don't let fear keep you stuck, because I did it. I didn't have the partner that I thought I would have. I didn't have the money that I thought I would have, but I still did it. And the thing is when you choose what's coming from your heart, what it's saying to you, it all comes with you. It's like the reward for listening to that little voice. And if you're still not sure, Arkansas has this great website. It's arkansas.com/relocation. And you can actually they have this relocation calculator, and you can calculate your cost of living comparison from where you live currently to where you could move in Arkansas. And if that doesn't seal the deal, then go and look at all the pictures of Arkansas, or come to my Instagram, Dawn Olivieri. If you don't know how to spell my name, just type in Yellowstone into a Google search. It'll pop up. And come and see what we're doing here at Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue and all the horses that we're helping. Come volunteer, and then we can kind of guide you to the thousands of waterfalls you can visit, where you can go find a diamond, and then you can just fund your entire move. It's like that easy. Or you could just go tubing and contemplate your existence. Arkansas literally has it all.
Before we let you go, anything that you want to share with some Yellowstone fans out there? I know that we have plenty of them. What was the most satisfying aspect of being a part of this series?
Well, Wes Bentley is actually from Arkansas. Isn't that funny? He was born in Arkansas. So we had a lot of Arkansas conversations to talk together in between, conniving and our takedown of the Yellowstone dynasty. But what a great show. What an anomaly. What an incredible beacon for people. I think even that show did some of this, right? It's like when you watch that world, you want that world for yourself. People started wearing cowboy hats and cowboy boots. Now they're like, maybe we want a horse, right? Good. Come and get one from Moon Mountain, and then I'll teach you how to be a real cowboy. I dare you.
All right, Dawn Olivieri on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And enjoy yourself in nature. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about the engineering, or rather energy sector right now. The energy sector is hiring in an unprecedented rate. We're talking about 32 million energy jobs open right now to be filled within the next decade. So the next decade, 32 million jobs in the energy sector. Joining me now to talk more about that are a couple of people here, Gabriela Colon and Ignacio Estella. Good morning to you both. First off, Ignacio, let's talk with you and tell me about some of those jobs that are going to be open. Good morning.
Right.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for your question. I take into account that the opportunity is extraordinary and the moment is exciting. And the jobs are broad. The opportunities are for line workers, customer service representatives, transmission design engineers, system planners, regulatory experts, nuclear engineers in those power plants, data scientists, data analysts, and it goes on and on, customer service representatives.
Yeah.
It is really a broad opportunity.
Can you focus a little bit on Memphis and the Mid-South? Are there specific jobs in our area that you know about right now?
He called me too, and I ignored
We
the
do
first
know
time.
that we've collected information available to anybody in the area. Getintoenergy.org, so the search is easy. The ability is to really search with Memphis as a city, and then you can obtain the data.
I think he had just wrapped up.
It is really searchable in an easy way. You have the title, you have the city or the state, and then you have the company. So it is really connected to the website that you can see in the back of us, getintoenergy.org. What we do know is that it is a great amount of information because most schools, energy companies, and the workforce experts have joined together to put that resource available online and available to your viewers.
It might not even
All
be
right, so Gabriella, over to you here. I want to ask you, tell me about why people should look in the energy industry. Why is now the right time, other than these job openings?
Like, I'm like, why are you doing
Well, hi, good morning. Well, absolutely. The energy industry offers high stability. They offer also highly competitive salaries and benefits. In addition to making a powerful impact in your community through the work that you do. The energy industry, honestly, is open for everyone with any and different backgrounds available to, you can develop a long-term career goal, a career path in any area in the industry that you'd like to.
And this is for people that perhaps do not have a college degree, do have a college degree, all kinds of different jobs, right?
Absolutely. So the energy industry, you're able to start at entry-level positions with just your high school diploma or GED, as far as PhD, right? So it's really anything in between. From there are different opportunities, different career paths, and there's absolutely opportunity for growth for anyone that would like to branch out to other areas or would like to learn more. For instance, there are our high demand skill jobs such as electricians, welders, line workers, pipe fitters, all of that. Some companies offer on-the-job paid training. And that's in addition to the competitive wages and benefits that's also offered. So if you are willing to learn, we are here and we are ready for you.
Okay, fantastic. Ignacio, one more thing. Can you go over where people, once again, can look for these openings? It's so valuable to get that out there to our audience.
Absolutely. These are news you can use. getintoenergy.org, and it's immediately searchable. You can search by state or city. You can search the title, the description, and the company. And I've navigated and walked the talk in any number of choices, and it really works. It really connects to all the work
Are they about to start it,
that
Joel?
the energy companies, the schools, and the Center for Energy Workforce Development has put together to make it accessible and clickable. It's right there.
Okay, Ignacio and Gabriella, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thanks for informing us about these jobs and the millions more headed our way. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, you are getting a live look inside the courtroom where the Hernandez-Govan case is set to begin to start today. We're going to get a listen in to see what exactly they are saying in this case.
Just remind me, can we just get a couple of minutes?
Well, we don't have any slides to everybody, right?
And Your Honor, pursuant to motions, we have a judgment sheet for count 3.
Okay. We'll do that now. Crossing count 3 against Mr. Govan, the criminal attempt murder as to
Marcus Thorne.
Thank you, Marcus Thorne.
Your Honor, one last request. May our paralegals sit up here with us?
Sure.
Thank you.
No, if they help us with the technology too.
Are they here? Are they here, Ms. Till? Are they here? let you know when I hear them coming. They're on their way.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
Jury entering the courtroom.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. If you would all stand, raise your right hand so I can administer the oath. When I finish reading this, if you will respond with I do or I will. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant Hernandez-Govan upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree murder, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of these proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of the law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal proof, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. Likewise, in closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described to you in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, a defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testify for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own understanding during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in the case. Please do not talk with them about any subject matter whatsoever. If you see anybody in the hallway or at any other location, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all of the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on TV, or any radio about this particular case. I think there may be. If there are, you are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to these reports. You as jurors must base your decision solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection for a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must not decide the case. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they save time for us all. If after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment. So you do have note pens and papers. You're sitting on them. They should be under your cushion.
Indictment number 2204769. State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, Jermarcus Johnson. Indictment for conspiracy to commit murder first degree, murder first degree. Tennessee Code Annotated 3912103, Sketch Code 31015, Tennessee Code Annotated 3913202, Sketch Code 21015. Witness F. Frias, MPD, summoned for the state. J. Browning, Multi-Agency Gang Unit, J. Browning. A true bill signed Miriam Bernard, foreperson of the grand jury, date indictment returned November 10th, 2022. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. Count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, Jermarcus Johnson, between June 1st, 2021 and March 1st, 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913202 against the person of Adolph Thornton, Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense, that said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which would constitute the said offense. In furtherance of the conspiracy of the said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, to wit, Johnson Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jamarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communications between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr., all of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-12-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Steve Mulroy, District Attorney General, 30th Judicial District. Count 2. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Steve Mulroy, District Attorney General, 30th Judicial District.
Mr. Govan and counsel, how do you plead?
Not guilty to both counts, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. We met last week, but for formality's sake, my name is Iris Williams, and I represent the state of Tennessee. When I was a kid, one thing that my mom always told me is that there are few things that we can control. But one of those things are our choices. Our choices can move mountains. Our choices can get us into trouble. And our choices can mean life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about choices. You're going to hear a lot of evidence this week. You're going to hear a lot of names. But the name that I want you to remember is Hernandez Govan. And I want you to remember the choices he made. And even more importantly, I want you to remember the consequences of those choices. Picture this. November 17th, 2021. The victim, Adolph Thornton, and his brother. They pull up to Makita's Cookie Shop on Airways Boulevard. They park the car, they get out, they talk to the cashier, and seconds later, a white Mercedes pulls up and Adolph Thornton is gunned down and killed. You'll hear from Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, the medical examiner in this case. She'll tell you that Thornton's body had around 20 gunshot entrance wounds to his neck, his chest, his arms, and a catastrophic injury to his face. But how did we get here? How do we start? Where will we begin? This trial will begin with Erica Thornton. She'll tell you that she is Mr. Thornton's sister. She'll tell you about the last time that she saw her brother alive. And she'll tell you when she heard that he was gone. And after Ms. Thornton testifies, you'll hear from Mr. Raul Hopkins. He'll tell you that he worked for security for Thornton for years. And Adolph Thornton just wasn't Adolph Thornton. He was known across the city as Young Dolph, a musician. His music, his artistry, his journey, his ambition inspired and spoke to this city in ways that a lot of artists just couldn't do. Thornton made his own way in the music industry, and he created a label called PRE, Paper Route Empire. Hopkins will tell us about it. He'll tell us that Adolph Thornton made his way in the music industry and created opportunities for other artists. But when you create opportunities for others, some people don't seem to like that. So Hopkins will tell us about another label, CMG, also known as Cocaine Music Group. He'll tell us about the history and the tension between these two labels. He'll tell us that CMG wanted Thornton as their own, but when he decided to pave his own way, when he decided to be self-made, he became CMG's enemy. Hopkins is going to set the stage for how this story truly began. And after Hopkins, you'll hear from Cornelia Smith. And this is when it all will click. Smith is a co-defendant. He'll tell you that he met Govan in 2021. They met through Smith's friend, Bobby Carter. And Smith has a couple of nicknames for Govan. He calls him Big Bro or Quet. Govan started out by selling drugs to Smith, pills more specifically. But that's not the only thing that Govan did. Govan chose Smith. And Govan chose him to do a job. Govan also chose Justin Johnson, another co-defendant, to do that same job. A job that ended in the life and death of Adolph Thornton Jr. He chose two desperate people. Smith, needing money, needing to support his family. Justin Johnson, an aspiring and up-and-coming rap artist that wanted to be on CMG's label, the very label that Govan had access to and was affiliated with. Smith will also talk about a meeting at Govan's house. The people present at that meeting were Smith, Govan, Justin Johnson, and Anthony Mims, also known as Big Jook. Now, Jook is the number 2 person at the CMG label. Smith will tell you that Govan said that there was a bounty on Adolph Thornton's life. In fact, there were multiple bounties on PRE artists. Govan told Smith that there was a $100,000 bounty on Adolph Thornton's life, and that the money was good. The money was guaranteed if Smith and Johnson completed this job. So what did they do? What did the two desperate people do? They agreed. And Govan asked for a $10,000 cut from each of them. He chose to ask for this cut from each of them. And one thing that is important to note is that Smith and Johnson didn't even really know each other, but they knew Govan. Govan was the link between them. So let's fast forward to November 2021. Smith hears that Thornton and other PRE artists are in town. It's Thanksgiving time. PRE often hosts turkey drives at different locations across the city. So they knew that they were around. Justin Johnson picks up Smith from Smith's father's house, and they go hunting. They get to a stoplight on Airways, and at that stoplight, they see a special car pass through. And what is that car? A blue camouflage Corvette. Most people in Memphis know that there is only one person in this city that drives that car in this region of town. Adolph Thornton. So what does Smith and what does Johnson do? They follow that car. They follow that car. The car parks at Makita's Cookie Shop. And seconds later, Smith and Johnson pull up in a stolen white Mercedes, gun down, and kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in broad daylight. They get back in the car, speed off, but not before Thornton's brother, Marcus Thornton, fires shots and shoots Smith. So Smith and Johnson are in this stolen white Mercedes. But where do they go? They go to ditch the car. They ditch the car, and we'll hear from Sergeant Dabney that the car was left at 1174 Bradley Street, which they later found out is directly across the street from the defendant's home. After they ditch the car, Cornelia Smith and Justin Johnson go to an apartment complex to change clothes and clean up their wounds. Cornelius notices something. He doesn't have his phone. He realizes that he left his phone in the white Mercedes, the murder car that they left across the street from the defendant's house. So what does he do? He uses Justin Johnson's phone to contact his own girlfriend, Angela Arnold, and you will also hear from her. You'll hear from Angela Arnold, and you'll hear from Cornelia Smith that she picked him up from that apartment complex. When she picked him up, he told her what happened. He told her that he was hurt, and he told her that he was missing his phone. So what did he do next? Smith contacted Govan from Angela Arnold's phone and asked to meet so he could get his phone back. Ladies and gentlemen, there are copious amounts of phone records, and Sergeant Browning will testify that these call detail records will support what Smith is saying. And if that's not enough, Angela Arnold will tell you that she and Smith met with Govan after the murder so that Smith could get his phone back. But that's not where it ends. Smith will tell you that at that exchange, Govan gave him money to buy a car cover, to hide the white Mercedes, to hide the murder car that was parked directly across the street from his own home. Not only that, but the day before Cornelius Smith was arrested, he ran into Govan. Govan was concerned. Govan was worried that Cornelius Smith had not been paid. And so what did he tell Smith? He told Smith that he was going to go to Privé to make sure Smith got his money. Privé is a lounge and restaurant that's affiliated with CMG artists. Ladies and gentlemen, choices. A choice to get two desperate people to agree to murder Adolph Thornton. A choice to guarantee them money. A choice to ask for a cut of that money. A choice to help one of the killers get his phone back after the murder. a choice to make sure that one of the killers got paid after the murder. Choices. When you hear all of the evidence, and when you hear all of the videos and look at all the photos and exhibits, you will see the consequences of Govan's actions. Violence, death, loss. A man, a human being, taken from this world in one of the most shocking of ways, getting cookies for his family in broad daylight in his neighborhood during the holidays. At the end of this week, the state will be asking you, the jury, to make a choice. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree murder. Last week in jury selection, we talked about theories of conspiracy and criminal responsibility. And once you have heard all of the evidence, the state will ask you to make a choice and find Hernandez Govan guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right, you're getting a look and a listen inside the Hernandez Govan trial in session right now. We have a crew there bringing us gavel-to-gavel coverage. Of course, we have this streaming on Roku and our YouTube channel. You can continue to stay put to hear these opening statements. Again, this is day one of this trial of Hernandez Govan, the accused mastermind behind the Young Dolph murder. Again, we're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be back after.
This is the only Indian guy that doesn't know how to do IT. As far as that goes. name is Manny Aurora. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here representing Mr. Hernandez-Govan, along with our former IT specialist, Robert Wilson, who's also a lawyer, Haley Halty-Wenger, who's sitting in the white suit, and then also Beth Noble, who's in the black suit, as far as that goes. Last week, I talked to you guys a lot about first impressions, and the reason I mentioned that is sometimes the first impression can be wrong. I listened to a very beautiful, eloquent speech from the prosecutor in this case, and it sounds really, really good. But that's the false first impression, because you promised that as a peer of Mr. Govan, you would listen to everything. So let me share to you the rest of the story. This entire case is going to come down to the guy with the machine gun that shot off Adolf Thornton. The whole case is going to come down to him, and then possibly his girlfriend backing up his story. Remember, Cornelius Smith has made at least 5 different statements to law enforcement over the course of a year where everything changes. He's then met with the prosecution at least 5 or 6 times to go over his testimony prior to testifying. So you should ask yourself the question when the judge instructed you, does somebody have a reason to lie? Do they have an interest in the outcome? You are caught red-handed on video, and you're about to see it in a second, taking an AK-47 or lighting it up at a cookie store in broad daylight. He's facing a mandatory life sentence, as I'm going to question him about. And I ask each and every one of you, what would you do if you were facing a mandatory life sentence to get out of it? Why would you need to make so many different statements if you were telling the truth? Because remember, the truth is the truth. You don't need to practice it. You don't need to remember it. It's the truth. So let's see who the government has gotten in bed with to try to prove their case against Hernandez-Govan. Robert? So the man you have to believe is the man who's capable of, in broad daylight, carrying an AK-47, going into a store full of people, and just, without hesitation, opening fire. And he's the one that's going to tell you that Mr. Govan did this, this, and this. Nothing that he says can be validated. The other thing the government's going to try to talk to you about is cell phone tower records. The expert that the government may call, or if they don't call him, I'll call him, will tell you tower records are inherently unreliable because it's not like on TV. There's a reason why all the engineers from the cell phone providers, T-Mobile, AT&T specifically, write in their letters, they will not testify in court because of the unreliability. The other thing you have to know, and Robert put up the slide, within a 10 square mile area of where all this happened, there are 553 T-Mobile towers. 553 just from T-Mobile. And it's hard to see this because there's so many. There will be more AT&T towers, there will be this, essentially over 1,000 towers out there. And what the expert will tell you is, this isn't an exact science. Just because your phone pings on a certain tower doesn't mean you were there. See, towers get filled up, and you may have to transfer to the next tower near. All these people live within a couple of mile radius, so of course it's going to hit all these towers. But there is 553 just from T-Mobile within that area where all this happened. They talked to you about conspiracy and how Govan picked these 2 individuals. The state chooses to cherry pick a little bit here and a little bit there from each of the statements. But let me play a 5-second clip about how all this supposedly happened. I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying Govan is involved in one way, shape, or form, but if you want to believe Cornelius Smith, the AK-47 shooter, and God knows how many other shootings he's done, and he'll talk about it, I want you to listen to this.
it was one day me and Angela was out riding, and I wanted some X pills, so I went to Quay House to get the X pills from him, and Juke was over there. And when I walked in, there was one quick told Juke, this little seat right here, and mine, Juke was like, is a hit on my First, he said, take all the phones outside, you know. He ain't say my phone, he was saying quit phone, but I passed my phone to make it feel comfortable. So, took the phone outside, and Juke was like, is a hit on my head, get him, and he got us. And I can't recall like exactly when it was, but that's what he said.
All right. So the state just told you to your face that Mr. Govan picked out two desperate people. Cornelius Smith, if you are to believe him, says in his statement, I just happened to be going by Quet's house, Govan's house, to buy some ecstasy pills with my girlfriend. Juke happened to be there. He doesn't say Quet said a word. Juke says there's a hit on everybody, and I got you, and Juke says, take the phones outside while I talk to you. Assuming you believe any of that's true. And the reason I ask you if you think any of that's true is the police never went to question Juke, aka Anthony Mims, or Yogati, or any of the people with CMG. Never once even tried to do an interview. So this is as plain as day. Juke said do it. Quet didn't say anything. Quet lives in the poorest part of Memphis in Orange Mound, sells a few ecstasy pills to make a living, and hustles with some sports gambling. He's a nobody, and that's why I asked you about the Peters. He's a throwaway that they can blame. Why did they not talk to Juke or anybody else with CMG? Ever. Now, Juke ended up getting killed in 2024, 2.5 years after the fact. Never arrested, never talked to, never interviewed, never pursued, never surveilled, nothing. The judge also told you when you assess credibility, you need to look at how well you remember this thing. Cornelius Smith cannot even tell you when he was propositioned to go kill somebody. The shooting happened in November 17, 2021. And the best the police can say is that this meeting, where just randomly happened, as Cornelius himself has said, was sometime between August and September, 3 months prior to the shooting taking place. 3 months. He will tell you there's no plan. All he was told by Juke was there's a price on their heads. And that's kind of funny because when the cops, if they testify honestly, will tell you there have been multiple attempts on Mr. Dolph's life. Twice in Charlotte by other folks and once in Los Angeles. Everybody in Memphis knew there was a price on their head because there was a war between PRE and CMG. They were shooting each other. Yogati's car was shot up here. The song 100 Shots came up after one of these things. There's a rivalry going on and people have been shooting. The police went through this. They know this. They also pulled YouTube videos where people are openly threatening to kill Dolph. It's in their slideshow. You know what they call their investigation? Operation Cookie Monster. That's how tasteful this whole thing has gotten with these folks. I'm sorry, my arms are shaking because I'm so furious that we're here as far as the trial goes. So the other thing the government hasn't told you when we talk about first impressions is, for weeks prior to the November 17, 2021 shooting, nobody called Govan, talked to him, did anything, be it Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith. What Cornelius will tell you, which the government didn't tell you, is that morning, it was Cornelius's daughter's birthday. But he gets a call from Justin Johnson and says, I got a car, let's go do something. They get in the car and they start driving around, just looking for somebody to kill. They just happened to see young Dolph's car going by. And they opened fire. And they killed him. And the interesting thing is, even though nobody communicated with Govan for weeks prior to this, they didn't talk to him that morning. He didn't help him get the car. He didn't help him escape. He didn't tell him what to do. He didn't tell him where to go. He didn't do anything. It was a spontaneous issue between two young men that morning. They shot him. And you know why there's no plan? Because they just start calling random people after the shooting. They don't call Govan. They have to go someplace to get bandaged up as far as that goes. The people that help them, never been charged as accessories to anything. They then get rid of whatever they need to get rid of. They left the car across the street from Govan's house on the middle of the street, in front of the street. So if there's some master plan, that may be one of the dumbest plans you could possibly have if you're going to kill the most important person, the most famous person in Memphis, as far as that goes. Again, there were no phone contacts for weeks prior to the shooting, especially in the morning. Govan wouldn't know that the Mercedes was used. The only way anybody finds out is social media blows up right away, and multiple people start calling Justin Johnson, including Govan, who knows him, because the word's out that Justin may have done this. Trayon Ingram is another word you'll hear. He actually carjacked the white Mercedes and then gave it to these gentlemen to use in the shooting. He's not charged in this case. He's not even charged with carjacking. But he happened to pick up another murder right after this happened, and so now he's in custody for the other murder that he committed. Perhaps when making first impressions, you would have wanted to know that. I thought about going over at least one of Cornelius's statements in his lives, but I think it's just a little too much. We would be here for about 2 hours going through everything that he said has been inconsistent, bald-faced lies. In fact, you know how somebody's lying? Because in his first interview, that lasted a little over an hour, 32 times he told the police, "Trust me, I promise, I swear to God, I wouldn't lie to you." 32 times he says that before answering one of his questions on one of his first interviews after he's caught. And after he's caught, his girlfriend gets questioned because they ran down the license plate numbers, all that stuff with the cars. She lies through her teeth on December 14th of 2021, says, "I don't know nothing about nothing." Because Cornelius had talked to her and tried to make up a false alibi. See, where's the plan in all this? See, if I have a plan to go kill somebody, we have a place to go dig something far away. I have people that can cover for me as an alibi. I don't make random phone calls. And so Angela, who knew nothing about this, according to her, picks them up at the location where they're getting bandaged up for being shot, drives them around town, helps them out. Of course, she's not charged. She initially lies and denies everything. The police then come back and said, "We're going to charge you if you don't tell us the truth." And so on the 17th of December, 3 days later, she comes back. But what the police don't know at that time is Mr. Cornelius Smith has called 4 of his family members to reach out to Angela to get the story straight. Because he keeps saying on the jail phone calls, "Find out what she said, find out what she said, find out what she said." And then on the 17th, it comes back, and they're talking to her. And she says, "Well, we went over to that house sometime in the past, just like we talked about." She doesn't know anybody. She said, "I can't think of his name." And the interesting part is, the officers say, "Is it somebody named Q?" And then she says, "Oh yeah, it's Quet." Remember the phrase Bobby Carter that they mentioned? Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Avenue. They're good friends with Cornelius Smith, and they buy pills together and do ecstasy pills together. And the other thing Angela Smith says is, Govan brought us the phone after the fact. How is that part of any plan or anything else? They called and said, "Give me a phone." The interesting thing about that is if it's true and you believe her, there would be fingerprints on the car. The police fingerprinted it, DNA'd it, did everything. Cornelius's fingerprints are there. Trayon Ingram's fingerprints are there. Kiston Garner, the other guy that worked with Trayon to steal the car, his fingerprints are there. There's DNA in there. There's blood in there. But nothing with regards to Govan. They found the car 3 days after the shooting took place across the street from Mr. Govan's house. Has nothing to do with him, didn't touch it. So if he didn't do that, how does he open the door? And frankly, how did he get the keys to open the door? See, Cornelius doesn't give you the details. Did they lock the car after we left? Where were the keys? He doesn't know about any of that stuff. So tell me how Mr. Govan got into the car and how he did it so beautifully, being dumb enough to take the murder car of one of the most famous people and say, "Let's just park it across the street," and then somehow magically wiped his prints, DNA, hair, anything out of that car while he's looking for the phone. You know why that is? Because he didn't do it. What you're going to hear from Trayon Ingram is Trayon Ingram, when he stole the car, left his backpack, his wallet, and some other things in the car, and he had Justin Johnson go get them. You will hear that from Trayon Ingram's own statement with regards to that car. This is why I talk about first impressions, because they always could be misleading, and in this case, patently false. When you cherry pick the evidence that you want to tell you, and then have the cameras rolling on a high-profile case to pressure you to commit a verdict of guilty, is patently unfair. And just because he's a nobody and doesn't have money, like Gotti or Jook, his brother, who were never even questioned or charged, he's the fall guy on all this stuff. He didn't do anything. Even if you believe Cornelius, all he says is, I just happened to show up there, and he said, hey, this is Little C. Jook took over and started doing all the talking. Do you think that man could pay somebody $100,000 and you'd say, yeah, he's good for it, I don't need any validation, he's good for it? And interestingly enough, Cornelius' story also changes along with Angela's, because initially, we were supposed to be paid $1.5 million. Then after another interview, it became $1 million. Then it became $500,000. Then it became $100,000. Then it became, we're going to split $100,000 between me and Justin Johnson. Then it became, somebody gave me $50,000 in a brown paper bag. Then it became, oh no, I'm wrong about that. It was after I was arrested, somebody gave my lawyer $38,000 in a bag to represent me. That's how many times the story has shifted as far as that goes. But the one thing that he does say is, after I got the money from Mr. Jook's people, it was understood that he was on that team. Again, Jook never arrested, never talked to, even though he says that's where the money's coming from. That guy doesn't have $1 million or $100,000 or anything like that. I may walk around wearing fancy ties, but he's indicated, the judge has found that. I'm here to help him, because people that are labeled as nobodies, I will not tolerate it. He needs to be fought for. He is your peer. We need to do this right. Mr. Govan, stand up. Hold your head up high. Mr. Govan matters. You can't do this to people just for political gain, because you got to solve a crime because somebody famous died. It's just wrong. But you can sit down. We can't have a society like this where you base convictions on assault rifle people opening up fire on somebody. And you remember when I told you he couldn't even remember when that meeting was, that random meeting? The best thing he could do is remember that the meeting was sometime between when he tried to shoot Wu or somebody else. That's the best he could do as far as that goes. And so you have to believe, if this meeting happened, for 3 months nothing goes on, and then one day it just happens. Remember I asked you about pork chops and chicken and all that kind of stuff, if you're going to do something, even if you have a plan and it changes? If you believe any of that, he didn't have any plan. If you have a plan, you have a place to go. You have a place to hide out. You have an alibi built in. None of that happens. None of that happens. And Mr. Cornelius Smith is going to get up here and tell you, I want to bare my soul, I want to come clean, I want to do all this other stuff. You know, I call BS on that hard, because when he tells you that, and he will, because he's testified to it before, that he wants to bare his soul, he wants to make amends. Then ask yourself, why for 4 years didn't he just take a guilty plea and take his life sentence and start making amends? He still hasn't pledged anything. His lawyers in negotiations with the government, there's, quote, no deal, but you know, we do good things out of our heart when we're caught dead, red-handed, murdering somebody, because we don't want any benefit by coming on the stage and telling you whatever you guys want to hear. 6 times with interviews, 6 potentially more times with the government, more interviews. The truth doesn't change. You don't have to remember it, you don't have to practice it, you don't have to rehearse it. It is what it is. And this is not the truth. I think I mentioned it in jury selection, but responsibility for your actions goes both ways. There's going to be a lot lacking in this case. For example, you'll hear about a lot of cell phone records and who may have called who, but the full-on analysis was never, well, I'll just leave that for the expert. It's all coming down to Cornelius and possibly where somebody's phone might have been. You don't know what they said, if they even talked, or If as a friend, you're calling somebody after a shooting, because everybody starts calling everybody within minutes after this, because social media blew up after this happened. You all know it. You all heard it. Everybody knew about it. Govan is your peer. He deserves better. We shouldn't be here. High-profile TV cameras or not, sympathy for a young man who's a musician, whatever he was. Nobody deserves to die. But you don't compound the problem by blaming innocent people for it. And even if you don't want to believe he's innocent, you want to believe Cornelius, they sure as heck didn't prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. I talked to you guys about that, like the British system. It's either guilty or they didn't prove it. So I'm asking you to at least at a minimum say he didn't prove it in about 3 or 4 days from now. Thank you.
Again, you're listening in to the Hernandez-Govan trial there, that we've had opening statements from both the state and Govan's attorney here at the opening day of the Hernandez-Govan trial. We're going to take a 60-second break, and when we come back, we will resume this hearing. But keep in mind, we are streaming this trial multiple channels. You can find it on our YouTube channel and our Roku, as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. We'll be back after this 60-second break.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Thornton, is that a photo of him?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we ask that this photo be entered as the next numbered exhibit into evidence.
No objection.
This is a photo of a young man in, with glasses, black leather jacket, headphones, and has been identified as Adolph Thornton Jr. Will
Joe Hopkins, R-A-U-F-H-O-P-K-I-N-S.
Other than knowing him from the neighborhood, did you have any other relationship with him?
No,
Mr. Thorne? What did Mr. Thorne do for a living?
he was a hip-hop artist.
Okay. And did you provide any services to him in relation to being a hip hop artist?
Yes, ma'am, security.
Okay. And how long had you done security for Mr. Thorne?
7 years.
What was Mr. Thorne's, you said he was a hip hop artist. Was he affiliated with a certain label?
Yes, ma'am.
What label is that?
PRE.
I'd like to pass forward a picture and see if you recognize this picture. Sorry. No judgment. You recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that picture of?
Picture of the chain, his label, PRE.
Ernie, if we could have that entered into evidence as the next number.
No objection.
This is a charm that's of the three letters P-R-E. We'll mark this as exhibit 2 to the trial.
Permission to publish on.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, Mr. Hopkins, could you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
That's his chain, the PRE.
And what did PRE stand for?
Paper Route Entertainment.
Did he have any issues with other labels?
Yes, ma'am.
What label was that?
CMG.
And what does CMG stand for?
I really don't know, what it stands for.
All right, CMG. Well, let's go back a bit. Who are some of the other artists that are on the PRE label?
Several artists that they have that's on this label. A guy named Kenny, a guy named
Wu?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just had a lot of different artists on this label.
Okay. And would Wu be the same person as Paper Route Wu?
Yeah.
And the label you mentioned, CMG, that he had conflict with, that Mr. Thorne had conflict with. Who are some of the artists on that label, if you're familiar?
The only one that I knew of was Yo Gotti.
And there were conflicts, is that correct?
Yes.
But what was the origin of that conflict?
Really about music, maybe a diss song here or there.
Did CMG ever at any point want Mr. Thorne, professionally known as Young Dolph, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they ever want Young Dolph to sign to their label?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the beginning of their issue?
Could have been. I
Okay.
wouldn't know.
Did Mr. Thorne or Young Dolph ever sign to their label?
No, ma'am.
He's had his own label, PRE, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any acts of violence between these individuals, PRE and CMG?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that before or after you became involved as the bodyguard?
It was after.
Tell us about the first one that you remember, the first incident that you remember.
First incident I remember was in 2015.
And I'm asking you to speak up as well.
It was in 2015. We was in Charlotte. We was sitting in the Sprinter. We had just went upstairs. There was two more individuals that was in the Sprinter, came running up saying the Sprinter just got shot up.
When you say Sprinter, it's like
Sprinter van.
Sprinter van.
Yes, ma'am.
You were where now?
I was upstairs.
No, what city? I'm sorry.
Oh, it was in Charlotte.
In Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am.
So the Sprinter van was shot up.
Yes.
Was Mr. Thorne in the van at that point?
No, ma'am.
Where was he at this point?
We was upstairs.
But you had just gotten out of the Sprinter van?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn of anyone who was responsible for this shooting?
They said something on the news, but really don't know who actually done it.
What was the next incident that you recall?
Next incident was in 2017 in Charlotte.
And it was again in, you said Charlotte?
Charlotte, yes.
So Charlotte twice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about that incident.
I wasn't there, but from what I known, that his SUV got shot up.
And who are you saying he? What he?
Young Dolph.
Young Dolph's
Yes,
SUV?
yes, Young Dolph's SUV got shot up.
And was he hurt?
No, ma'am.
Was there another incident? Or do you know who was responsible for that?
No, ma'am, I don't.
There was another incident. What was the next incident?
2018 in Los Angeles, California.
Were you present for that?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about what you learned?
I was at a baseball game. Somebody called me and said, Young Dolph just got shot in California. And that's how I heard about that.
And did you then go to California?
Yes, ma'am. I went there the next morning.
Okay. You know who was possibly responsible for that incident?
No, I don't.
Let's fast forward to 2021. Let's actually fast forward to November 2021. Did Young Dolph have an event or something big going on during November 2021?
Yes, ma'am. Every November, he would do a turkey drive for the community.
And explain us what you mean by turkey drive.
He would go to several communities and give out turkeys.
And would he do this personally?
Yes.
Did he also have members of his label there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In November of 2021, was he in Memphis doing that?
He was in Memphis, but he didn't participate in the turkey drives.
Is there any particular reason why he did not participate in the turkey drive?
He just told me he had other stuff he had to do. He wanted to make sure his artists was doing what they supposed to do.
And so how many of these different turkey drives would there be?
Before.
Before?
Yes.
Would they be all on one day or would they be spread out?
They be spread out. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
And is this around a certain time? Is it, I mean, you mentioned turkeys. I always think of turkeys and Thanksgiving. Was this around Thanksgiving?
It was the week before Thanksgiving.
So, you mentioned about him being in town. Did he live in Memphis? Did Young Dolph live here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So was he visiting that week?
And he came in because of the turkey drive.
When did you last hear from Young Dolph?
I last heard from Young Dolph, it was that Tuesday evening, about 7 o'clock, I seen.
7 o'clock, a.m. or p.m.?
p.m.
You saw him?
Yes.
And did you learn did you hear from him after that?
No, I didn't.
What was the next that you heard of Young Dolph?
Was that Wednesday morning, about 11:30.
And what did you hear?
That he just got shot.
please review video from that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could pass forward a flash drive. Does it look familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that of?
It's a flash drive with clips of video outside Makitas.
Could you open it in an envelope and see if that is the flash drive you previously viewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did that flash drive, how do you know that was a flash drive you viewed?
Because I got my initials on here, RH.
And the video that you viewed, what is it a video of?
A video of Young Dolph at Makitas.
Your Honor, if we could have that entered into evidence as the next known video.
No objection.
This is an envelope with the flash drive on the inside. The envelope is labeled flash drive with clips of video inside, outside, and keys. We'll mark this as exhibit 3 to this trial.
Permission to vote.
Okay.
Again, you are getting a live look and a listen inside the courtroom of the Hernandez-Govan trial, the man accused of being the mastermind behind Young Dolph's murder. This is day one of this trial, where this could go from a week course to 2 weeks to maybe even 3 to 4 days. Again, we have gavel to gavel coverage. We have a crew there right now listening and bringing us those latest updates. The Action News 5 digital desk will wrap up at 11 o'clock, but you can continue to watch the inside of this trial on our YouTube channel and Roku, where we will stream this entire trial. Again, the time now is 10:54. We are wrapping up here on the Action News 5 digital desk, but if you want to continue to listen in, go ahead and start streaming our YouTube channel and Roku. Switching gears now, we are giving you a live look outside of Midtown Memphis at 10:55, 92 degrees out. A very hot and toasty one. Remember, today is a first alert weather day. First alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis has your first alert forecast and Action News 5 midday, which is coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour.
Do you recall when this was taken? Or the video, excuse me, the photograph that you were just looking at, not this one, but the one you just handed to the.
That was the video. I don't know what month it was. I don't know like exact time it was, but I know it was sometime.
It was
after. It was after the paper I wore. That's all I can say about it.
No. Your Honor, who published the picture? Yes. Could you describe for the jury what we're looking at here?
There's the video shoot of us at the house across the street from Quick House, across the street from Nene Govan house.
Who is this individual?
I don't know him.
Who is this?
It's Justin Johnson.
Who is this individual?
I don't know who that is.
Who is this?
That's a Nene Govan.
And who is this individual?
That's me right there.
Why did you have a mask on?
Cause I wasn't part of their little crew, and you know I ain't want to bring no little beef upon myself. He asked me to be quick, and then they go there and asked me to be in the video. That's why I'm standing like right behind him, cause I ain't know none of them other guys.
So we're gonna, I know I'm doing some time warping. So this was summertime, we're gonna go back to November, at this point, November 17th, right? What was going on that morning? What do you recall about that morning, November 17th, 2021?
Well, it was actually my daughter's birthday. I woke up, I had a missed call from Justin Johnson. So, I don't know if I called him back or he called me back, but somehow he got on the phone. We was on the phone, and he was telling me that he was finna pull up on me.
And did you plan to meet him that day?
Yeah, we had been out the day before, you know, on the turkey drive or whatnot. That's when they told the doctors at the gas station, but we were gone. So the next day we knew another turkey drive. So we were gonna get up that day and, you know, try to get to that turkey drive.
So this was this a Wednesday, would you say? If you recall?
I can't recall.
It was November
17th, my daughter's birthday.
All right, so how long from when you received a call from Justin to when he came to get you?
He close by, so it was like a couple minutes. Cause he was close by. It wasn't long. He was close by.
And I don't know if I asked you before, but how far from Mr. Govan's house to your house? How was that far?
Nah, it wasn't far. A couple minutes. It wasn't far.
So he wasn't far because he came pretty quickly once he
Yeah, he
was on
came fast.
Okay. And when he arrived, what type of vehicle was he in?
He was in a white Mercedes-Benz.
Had you ever seen him in that white Mercedes?
Nah, I ain't never seen that car before.
What car would you normally see him
In an SUV, like a white truck or something.
in? And did you ask him why he had this?
I ain't asked no questions. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't asked no questions. I just jumped on in there because I knew we was on a mission.
At this point, had your mission changed to Dolph knowing that he was in town?
Yeah, anybody. At this point, anybody, like in paper, right? Anybody.
So he picks you up.
He picked me up.
And where did he pick you up from?
He picked me up from my pop's house. Once he picked me up, we went back to right in front of Govan, and then the Govan house.
Okay, is that on Bradley Street?
On Bradley Street, yes, ma'am.
And when you went back to Govan's house on Bradley Street, what did you do then?
He jumped out the car and jumped and grabbed somebody in his Suburban truck.
Could I ask, we identify who the he's are? It's getting very confusing with the hearsay.
I think Ms. Taylor was going to do it. She's been doing a pretty good job at it.
We've got a lot of theys and he's, and it's very confusing.
That's why I asked. So the he that jumped out the car, who is the he?
Justin Johnson jumped out the car, and he jumped out the white Mercedes-Benz and grabbed something out of his SUV that he had parked by across the street from where his house is, right?
Okay. And I didn't ask you, where is this house?
Across the street from a nigga Govan house, where we'll park it, hang out it. We'll park in front of his house and go to his house, hang out. Go to and Govan house.
Go to he, all right. You park in front of Govan's house.
We park at their house and to go over Mr. Hernandez Govan house and hang out.
All right. All right, so Justin got out of the car, opened the door or something to the SUV, got something out.
Right.
Did he get back in?
Yes, ma'am. He got back in and we took off.
Okay, do you know what he got out of the car?
No, ma'am. I can't remember.
All right. You previously mentioned that you all were kind of on a hunt.
Right.
When you go hunting, you have guns.
Right.
Did you have a gun?
Justin Johnson already had the guns in the car. Prior to me getting in, they was already in the car.
Did you all have masks?
Yes, ma'am. I had my own mask, my own gloves, and Justin Johnson had his own mask and gloves.
At some point, did you put these masks and gloves on?
Yes, ma'am. Once Justin grabbed something out of the white SUV, we proceeded on heading towards Westwood area. And as we got to Lamar Airways at the light, Young Dolph come driving by. They come driving across the light. And we spotted the car. We were like, there they go. And we proceeded to trail them.
Trail.
Young Dolph.
And what did you do then? Oh, let me ask you, did you make any phone calls then?
I didn't make any phone calls at the time. I didn't.
Did Justin make any phone calls once you all spotted that Dolph?
No, ma'am. I don't recall.
All right. Spot Dolph, what did you all do then?
We proceeded to follow them. We followed them. They pulled inside the cookie store. We made the block. And when we made the loop, I jumped out. I spotted Dolph inside the store at first. I jumped out. Just proceeded to shoot inside the restaurant.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked as exhibit number 3. What are we looking at here?
It's the Makita's Cookie Show shop where Young Dolph and them pull it in.
Is that the vehicle that you saw previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you all?
By the time we had already, like, we was at the light. We had went down to the light to make the block.
You gesturing this way, so you're at the light coming this way?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see when he got out, when Dolph got out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Vehicle coming to the frame. What are we looking at here?
That's the white Mercedes-Benz we was in.
And were you the passenger or were you the driver?
I was the passenger.
This individual. Justin had already in the car when we got it?
Yes, ma'am.
While we're waiting on that, you see another individual that came to the frame. Who was that individual?
They came into the frame.
That was on the video. We saw you get out. Big gun. Who else was get out of the car?
Oh, they were just jump.
What were you all planning to do that day?
Well, once we saw young dog, we were planning to go and kill him. Go and take him out.
So how far from when you sawed off on, was it Airways?
Yes, ma'am.
How far from when you saw, how long did it take from once you sawed off on Airways to once you actually got out the car and started shooting?
Couple minutes. It wasn't even a good 10 minutes. It wasn't 5. It probably about 5 at the most. Red lights.
Okay. We'll go back to the videos once technical gets it, maybe. So in the 5 minutes or so from when you all spotted Dolph's vehicle to when you all started shooting, what did you and Justin say to each other?
We didn't say nothing. It was just like, once we saw him, we didn't say nothing. We knew it was go time. It was just, I knew it was go time. Like, might as well go on and get it over with now. That's why I jumped out.
Did you have a phone on you on that day?
Yes, man. I had put my phone in the glove compartment of the car.
And why did you do that?
So I wouldn't drop it when I jumped out the car or nothing like that.
So did you put it in the glove compartment when you first got in the car or after you saw Dolph?
When I first got in the car, I put it in the glove compartment.
Let me ask you, the location that you all were at, that you shot at Dolph, was that location here in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
We get there with this video.
You guys are working again, Ms. Williams? Yes, sir.
that you all pulling off in the white Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
We see someone in the frame in the shot coming out and shooting as well.
Yes, ma'am. He had shot back at us, and I actually got hit twice.
And where did you get hit?
Got hit in my arm and on my leg.
Did Justin sustain any injuries?
He got scraped on his back.
All right. After you leave there, hold on, we have another video I'd like to show you. Previously been marked as part of Exhibit 3. The videos are working with us today. Is this the cookie shop that you referred to?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you see who was inside of the cookie store from once you got out of the car?
Once we pulled in, that's when I saw young dog like close to the glass, like he gonna bag up. That's when I saw where he was at, like location in the store, where his location was inside the store.
Is this the person to which you're referring?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that you?
Yes, man, that was me that ran up, shooting inside the store.
After the shooting happened, you're shot. Could you show the jury where you're shot at?
Got hit in my arm, right here. Now it hit in my leg, right, scraped on my leg.
We're not gonna ask you to show them it.
Yeah.
What did you all do once you were there?
Once we left the cookie shop, I was telling Justin I was hit. And he like, I'm hit too. He was driving, Justin was driving at the time, so I was asking him, is he okay, so we won't crash or anything, run into nothing. We went back to the house in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan house, and I jumped out the Mercedes-Benz and jumped into a Suburban truck and moved on out the way. Mr. Justin parked.
Let me stop for a minute. When you all were planning to get hits on any of the PRA artists, and then even once you saw Dolph, did you have a plan as to what you were going to do afterwards?
Not necessarily. We was going back because we ain't know we were gonna get shot. Ain't nobody know we were gonna get shot.
You didn't plan on getting shot?
No, ma'am. That wasn't part of the plan.
Had you not got shot, was there a plan in place?
We probably would have just took the car back, jumped in another car, went and burnt the car up, something like that. But we both got shot or whatever, and I was bleeding tremendously bad. We took the car back in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan, across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house, and we jumped in the truck. We were trying to get cleaned up, so he was trying to find somewhere for us to go.
Who's he?
Justin.
Okay, Justin was trying
to find somewhere for us to go. And in the meantime, he had FaceTime Big Juke, let him know that, that was like our work.
Y'all want your money then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you, did he promise to give you your money that day?
He told us he'd get with us when he got done with his kids or whatever. When he got up, one or the other.
But you didn't have Juke's number?
No, ma'am.
So he couldn't get with you directly?
No, ma'am. He couldn't get with me directly.
So how would he have been able to get with you?
I would have had to go through Mr. Hernandez Govan or Justin Johnson.
Alright, so no plan as to what y'all were gonna do after whoever y'all hit that day. You happen to hit Dolph.
Yes, ma'am.
Hit Dolph. You go back where? You go to the
We go across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We swap vehicles. And now that's when I had went too fast. This when Justin was trying to find somewhere for us to go. But he had FaceTime Juke first, and then let him know he was spelling out Dolph. And then
when you said he was spelling out Dolph,
like
was he going
jailhouse, D, you know, jailhouse spit.
In American Sign Language he was doing Dolph?
Nah, it different. It different.
Okay, some more. Okay, some
But
more.
he was telling them that was out of work basically pretty much, and he like he'd get with us when he get up. And then he was trying to find somewhere for us to go so we could clean up or whatever, because I was bleeding extremely bad. Like, I was really bleeding. And he had found somewhere for us to go. And that was in 2-line apartments. We went there to clean up or whatnot. And we had called Mr. Hernandez Govan, because I had left my phone in the car too. And he was like, man, y'all, like, you know, y'all saw in the video, dude came back out shooting. So the glass was shattered. So when we got out, when I got out the car in front of the house, the glass had shattered on the floor. So he was like, man, y'all got shit everywhere, basically. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got all these
But hold on, Govan was saying that
to us. Yeah, we had the glass and shit in the street.
So
you know
he knew it was y'all?
Yeah, he knew it was us. He knew it was us. So I was like, man, get my phone out the car. I like, get my phone. I left my phone in the car too. Get my phone out the car. He like, all right, meet me where I get my car wash at. So I like, all right, bet. Say no more. So we had cleaned up in White Haven. Once we cleaned up in White Haven, I had called my girl.
Hold on. You called your girl, but the apartments, you said they were 2-lane. Are they known by any other name?
Yo, I know them by 2-line.
Okay, it's been 2-lane apartments.
Yeah, because I'm 2-line.
Where were they at?
In White Haven, out Sherwood Drive, in
2-lane?
2-lane street.
You previously looked at video. We are fingers crossed that videos are going to work this time. You previously looked at videos regarding it would be the Gospel Garden apartment. Would that be correct? Is this
I guess that's the name, but I don't just know the name. I remember by 2-line.
Okay, but it's video of you arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
And video of you leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if I could pass forward. What are you holding?
It's the clip that you had showed me. That's the video of us leaving the park.
And how do you know that that's the clip?
Because I had an initiative after I watched it.
All right. Your Honor, if we could have that in this evidence as the next number.
This is a brown envelope which contains the zip drive. The envelope is marked video clips from Haven Court arriving and leaving. We'll mark this as exhibit 6.
Now I'm going to ask for permission to publish with fingers crossed that you could actually publish this. Is this where you all went to?
Yes, ma'am.
When I say you all, I mean you and Justin.
Me and Justin. Yes, ma'am.
Who are we seeing here?
It's me and Justin getting out the truck. That was me on the driver's side, my shirt up because I've been shot and trying to hold it.
Once you're inside, what do you all do?
He had called somebody.
Who's he?
Justin had called somebody to bring a wound kit or whatever.
A wound kit?
A wound kit from Walgreens, so I could clean up. We both could clean up or whatnot. Like I said, I had called my girl to come get me.
Who's your girl?
I had called my girl to come get me, and we also contacted Mr. Hernandez Govan, and I was telling him to get my phone out of my car, and that's when he was telling me.
Out of the car?
Out their car, yeah.
The white
Mercedes. And that's when he was telling me to meet him where he get a car wash at.
And where did he normally get his car wash?
Pressure work.
And how did you know that's where he gets his car wash?
Because I had been up there with him before he get a car wash.
And at some point, you leave that apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you leave?
My girl came and picked me up.
And your girl? Does
Miss
the girl have a name?
Miss Angela came and picked me up.
Okay. You previously been shot this video, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.